Order filled.
Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudelli here, and welcome to Ninja Trader Live. Here on this Tuesday morning, we're already into the second day of December. Weather's gorgeous here in Naples, Florida. Joining me in studio, senior economist Tracy Schuchart.
Good morning, all.
Morning, Shai. Macro strategist Craig Shapiro. Morning, Craig.
Good morning.
And on the big screen, my guy, senior market strategist Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning to the best looking panel in the trader sphere.
Yeah, it goes without saying, but the competition's not so great. You look out there, and we got Shai, we've got Shai. Good morning, Chad. Hopefully you're all doing well this morning. Chipping away at all-time highs, the indexes are, man. They're just shit-ding, you know what I mean? Keep going at it. Again, the weakness was bought yesterday. We'll talk more about it. I didn't put my note out yet this morning. I'll put my note out when Jimmy does his edge report, so I'll get that out there in a little bit. But before we get into all of that, Shai, the news.
So we have OpenAI's Altman declares code red to improve ChatGPT as Google threatens AI lead. I guess he told employees on Monday that the company was declaring a code red effort to improve the quality of ChatGPT because of growing concerns about not only other AIs, but specifically Google, which is digging into their user base at a rapid clip. So we have that going on. He ordered everybody to work on only this now and nothing else. So interesting. He's a little bit worried since he should be. Since there's a lot of money riding on this and a lot of investments in
trillions,
OpenAI, trillions invested. So we'll see. So he's a little nervous. We've got the crypto downturn yesterday wiped almost $1 billion in levered bets in the liquidation on Monday, and worse than that was MicroStrategy. They've got MicroStrategy, if you saw yesterday, was down almost 12% at one point. I think it ended down like 7%. But what is worse is that they have these levered ETFs that are causing a huge amount of problems. They've got MSTX and MSTU, which offer a double daily return. They've dropped more than 80% this year. That puts them in the 10 worst performing funds in the entire US ETF market out of 4,700 products currently trading. And they're just behind some short bets against gold miners and semiconductor stocks. And there's a third fund known as MSTP, also launched in June, that is down a similar amount. The trio lost about 1.5 billion in assets since early October, and MST, or Mr. MicroStrategy, is down 60%. So it looks like a little bit of Michael Saylor's strategy is unraveling a little bit, since he is, it's kind of a
What a surprise!
kind
actually.
of a Ponzi scheme going on.
Well, when you're all in, I mean, again, and you're all in what the price of Bitcoin's going to do, and it moves. It's had historically 80% drawdowns. I mean, you know what? I don't understand. I really don't understand why people use leverage trading those products. I don't get it.
It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. But moving on, we'll go to the yen. Yesterday, I mentioned that Japan carry trade looks like it was unwinding a little bit, and that was perhaps affecting Bitcoin, and that is true. If we look at a chart now on the yen, not the yen futures, because the yen futures is yen over dollar, but if you look at USD yen and Bitcoin, they are moving in lockstep for the past week. So that correlation is back on, and it kind of signals an unwind of yen carry trades, where investors borrowed cheap yen to buy high yield assets like Bitcoin. So we are seeing some of that forced liquidation happen in real time. And we have the big short investor Michael Burry now is targeting Tesla after slamming AI valuations. So he took aim at Tesla in a blog post, saying the company is ridiculously overvalued. Burry estimated that Tesla dilutes its shareholders at about 3.6% per year with no buybacks, and Musk's record-breaking pay package, which was $1 trillion, will continue the dilution. And last but not least, QT has officially come to an end as of yesterday. So we have stopped QT. Everybody, of course, is wondering when QE is going to start. That said, how this could affect markets, and it's not going to be right away, but we could see some sector rotation into small caps and growth, since these are highly sensitive to liquidity and interest rates. We could also see some interest rate sensitive sectors like REITs and utilities, which suffered under tighter policy. They may see some relief as pressure on yields subsides. We also could potentially see some weakness in U.S. dollar, and we could see some reduced volatility, meaning the put is the Fed put. Everybody's looking for the Fed put to be back. So knowing that the Fed's no longer actively draining reserves, this gives trader confidence that the central bank is sensitive to financial stability and likely suppressing the VIX.
Yeah, a lot to unpack there. First thing, I mean, now he's betting against Tesla, Burry.
It's a big.
Good luck with that one, man. I don't know. One thing that I've learned when we look at stocks, I mean, yeah, there was a time to bet against Elon Musk. I don't know that time is right now, but we'll see. That dude always finds a way to, win.
Yes.
He kind of wins. Unpacking the news, though, also looking at what's going on, I think I want to talk about that a little bit with you, Craig, the yen movement against Bitcoin. Let's start there.
Yeah, look, I think these yen carry trades have a lot of bark, maybe less bite. I don't know. Look, it's a big factor whether or not a move in dollar yen like that we saw yesterday could lead to a 7-8% move in Bitcoin, and that's being the only reason. I doubt it. But look, I think the cost of capital globally is moving up here. I mean, we're seeing it in the bond market. We were seeing it in JGB yields, and that's pressured again today. Treasury yields, moving higher again. So, is it the fact that they just kind of got to too low levels. We saw the 10-year move through 4%, a couple times in the last couple of weeks, and just kind of got to a price, and now we're seeing some selling off? Or is there more sustainable pressure now as globally there are more financing needs? Japan has deficit spending to do, Europe has deficit spending, US has spending, and now we have the AI CapEx story, which is moving from internally generated cash flow to debt finance. And so as the world needs more borrowed funds, cost of capital in fixed income is starting to move higher. And I think that's pushing out some of those areas of risk and investing that are levered, right? And I think Bitcoin is kind of at the foreground of that, and crypto, broadly speaking, and all these leverage ETF products, and this daily and NAV stuff that Shai was talking about is getting exposed. And I think you're seeing that under the hood in equities too, right? Some of the areas of the unprofitable technology, quantum computing, the nuclear stuff that's related to AI, these stocks have been killed. These stocks bubbled up in September, October, really fell hard, and really haven't bounced back with the tape at all. And so you're definitely seeing this divergence develop where equity markets are high grading to companies that have cash flow, that have less borrowing needs, that are profitable, and moving away from some of this leverage stuff because globally cost of capital is moving higher again.
Yeah, I mean, leverage, anytime you see any asset that's getting very leveraged, crypto, when it starts to unwind, it's not the first time, it's not the first dip, it takes 2, 3, 4 dips to kind of work its way through. I ultimately think that crypto, let's talk about crypto, Bitcoin is held on very well. I think Ethereum is held on okay. But, they get these type of moves anyway. I look at Bitcoin and I go, all this news has happened, it's still at 87,000. And when you get to the equity markets, I feel like the equity markets, the indexes are holding on very well. I think that they're taking a lot of this in stride.
Absolutely. I think, the big beneficiary for equity indices is the flows, right? It's the 401k flows that come in every month. It's the share buyback flows in the second half of every quarter that are there every single day in big size, particularly for the biggest companies. And then as volatility continues to get suppressed, you get these vol control funds that are relevering up. And so it's more exclusive to the U.S. equity indices than the rest of the world, right? This is where the most capital is kind of tied into that stuff. And so it's really supported the overall equity index. But under the hood, the divergences are there, right? And so just even the Michael Burry comment, the degree of difficulty shorting Tesla or Palantir, why bother? There are other areas of the market and areas of the economy which are clearly in worse shape and that will struggle getting capital. Tesla's got a couple $1 trillion market cap. Its ability it can raise equity anytime when it needs capital. But many other companies in many other areas can't. And so if you're looking for shorts, there are plenty of places to find them. Why go with the high degree of difficulty idea there?
Oh yeah, especially, that stock just runs so much. You're literally, the risk reward there is so small.
And it also benefits from the flow, right? It also benefits from its size. And so passive flows are going into S&P, and that's 3-4% into Tesla every single time, and NASDAQ similarly, given its weight. So just a high degree of difficulty.
Yeah, I know that we trade futures here, which is a naturally leveraged product, but we're day traders, or swing traders, and we're in and out. No reason to use leverage in crypto. It's just, again, I go back to it. I use the futures, if anything, to hedge my crypto, or if I look at it for a day trade, but I'm not leveraging to be long to a million, as they say it. And you see this unwind over and over again. I only hold spot. So for me, I look at these moves and I'm like, some of these moves I'm getting beat up a little bit in Bitcoin and Ethereum right now for sure, but I've gotten hurt way more on an intraday trade in S&P that from the future side. So my risk capital is like, again, when you're trading spot, either you believe in the story of crypto, which I do. I think over time it will. I think Bitcoin and Ethereum will continue to push higher. Or you're just looking at it for price action. Then you should just be intraday trading futures, working stops, and versus this people trading master. Master is basically leverage. You're going to go a leveraged product on master.
Exactly.
It doesn't. Why? Because people always lose sight. Instead of just trying to make money, everyone tries to make so much more. They try to make lots of money.
Yeah.
Just try to make money. That's the way you got to look at it. Jimmy, let's take a look at the tape. S&P up 17, 68.44 this morning. I felt yesterday was a big hold for the bulls, 67.88. I was getting ready to buy the S&P down there if it got down there to get back in. I wasn't able to quite get there. again, I think the bulls are doing a very good job at holding and doing exactly what they need to do in the month of December right now, coming off of a decent sell-off we had last month. NASDAQ 25,500, roughly up over a little 100 in NASDAQ. Russell's 2487, up $14. Upside leader this morning. Russell's got some volatility in it lately. Maybe we'll talk a little bit more about that today. The Dow was up 46 to 47,398. Energy market getting hit a little bit this morning. Natural gas down around 36 to 4.892. Crude oil's back down to 59.18. Crude oil, we didn't talk about it again this morning, Shai, but again, it's just stuck in mud. I know we talked a lot about it yesterday with Anas. Again, story still to be told on crude oil. And I'm going to talk about that every day because I do think there is, in the near future, crude oil starts to become a busy tradable market. Again, until then, everybody, crude oil is kind of like you see weakness, it stabilizes, it's a scalp long, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's in a very tradable range right now. If it'll work till it doesn't work.
Yeah, don't buy the highs or sell the lows.
Right? You can position yourself very well when you're at the lows. You can take a scalp
Exactly.
higher, or you can short it at when it gets near 60. But work those stops because you never know when it will break that.
Breaks out. Gold this morning takes out yesterday's low. Opening range of yesterday's overnight session was the high in gold. I noticed that this morning, and I said, you know what? I still think that gold and silver have the momentum that they need, but I don't like seeing the first day of the month open up strong. They had some weakness, which they then held, and then the next day you take out that low. First day of the month, highs or lows are always interesting to me. So right now you have first day of the month, the high was made because we made a lower low today. Something to watch in gold. I think it's more of a two-way tape now than a straight up tape, which I think is good for day traders. Gold sits at 42.35 this morning, down around 40. Silver's down almost 2%. Silver's inside yesterday's range, which I thought was, again, good hold for silver. Silver is now showing more signs of strength than gold. So we'll talk with Jimmy about that, see what he sees in the chart. But I like the fact
and
that
that's typical of silver to kind of lag gold in kind of that move higher, and then when it does kind of with more strength than gold.
Yeah, it's definitely the one I would more be inclined to be long now. Platinum down $33 this morning. Again, platinum is a story that I don't think is over yet either, but it's tied more to gold. The way it's trading, it made a lower low today. It actually closed negative yesterday. So I don't see that I see that as more of a two-way tape, maybe even slightly bearish now versus silver. Bond market down again this morning. 30s are 116.02, taking out yesterday's lows in the ultras. And we get to the ZB. The ultras are 119.12. The ZB is at 116.02, taking out yesterday's lows. We didn't talk about that yet, Craig. Why the bonds are making lower lows. We'll see what Jimmy thinks. And then the 10-year yield comes in this morning at 4.097. So lower bonds, higher yields this morning. Dollar mix, not seeing much. Yen backing up a little bit again against the dollar. Nothing crazy. And then we have Bitcoin, like we said, 87,510. And I don't have my ETH price up here now, but we'll let Jimmy report on ETH. Jimmy, what'd you see in the tape overnight?
Yeah, I mean, Tracy mentioned a code red. I mean, the bond market's got a code red going on right now. I mean, we have a tier one breakout to the downside. We've been talking about this range for many, many days in a row, bouncing off the 116.12s. That give or take a couple ticks. But man, this morning, forget about it. We broke on through. We printed 115 handle. Yields were, 4.76 now. At a 115 handle, we're lower than, pricing wise, we're lower than we were 2 rate cuts ago. So this market is definitely reacting. I use the word caustically because it really is in a downward pressure. I was surprised to see that breakout this morning when I woke up. I thought, well, we did it yesterday. That's okay. Buyers going to come back in. The VIX is backing off. Everybody's going to, cooler heads will prevail here. But no, we have continuation selling. And I don't think it's done yet. This is, I don't know where buyers are going to come back in, but right now it's looking gloomy in the 30-year bond market.
Talk about that, Craig. I mean, bonds are getting beat up a little bit here. I think that's really the story this morning. What are your thoughts?
I mean, globally, funding needs are growing, right? The U.S. is running close to $2 trillion a year deficits, needs long-term capital. At some point, we'll have to hit the long end of the bond market. Treasury has talked about that at some point for next year, increasing coupon duration issuance. Japan needs money to build out its stimulus plan. Europe needs money. China is running big deficits. And then now we have this AI CapEx story, which needs to be privately financed with debt. And so there's more calls on capital for borrowed funds at the long end. And so I think we're seeing, even though the Fed and other central banks are looking to bring down short-term borrowing rates, the long end is more indicative of, the longer-term capital needs for building out the AI story, building and seeing what may happen as more people get displaced and what the future deficits may look like in the U.S. or other countries as labor gets displaced by AI. And so I think that's what the long ends are picking up, and you're seeing the pressure in JGB markets. That's been the big driver of this. JGB yields, the long end are at 30, 40-year highs, and that's driving up kind of global sovereign bond market yields higher. In addition to this CapEx story in AI, we've been talking about for a while now too, that's a big call on capital, talking about another $1 trillion that needs to be raised out of the debt markets to build out the AI story. So at some point, $1 trillion here, $1 trillion there, the numbers add up. And so the private sector needs to finance that and is requesting or commanding a higher return. And so I think that pressure is evincing itself in the bond market, balanced to some degree by the slowdown in the U.S. economy, but without the data, right, without knowing is the economy really slowing or not here, it's becoming a little bit harder for people to realize, what the pace of economic momentum is in the U.S.
If anything can derail this end of the year rally, it would be an accelerated sell-off in the bond market that I see today. I mean, we're talking about today, right? And the headline, anything can come out at any point in time. But if you see the bonds at sub 115,
yeah, I mean that's where the that Supreme Court ruling potentially comes into play. There was also, I think, Costco also has filed lawsuit now with the administration to make sure that it can receive back its tariffs if there's some speculation that the tariffs will not be paid back, even if they're deemed to be unconstitutional, like the government will hold on to them. And so Costco now has filed suit to make sure that if the ruling goes favorable to the companies, that the government actually pays the money back. And so that could be an interesting lawsuit to keep on the horizon here too. And anything that forces the government to pay back the tariffs will be a problem for the deficit, right? And so the long end also, potentially picking up on some of that risk to the Supreme Court ruling that may be coming out at any point in time over the course of the next few weeks.
Shai, what are your thoughts on what's happening in the bond market this morning?
So yeah, I mean, I think there is a lot of pressure because of the AI debt that corporations are issuing. So we're actually seeing a lot of retail buying corporate debt that generally retail doesn't buy corporate debt, they buy U.S. Treasuries. We're actually seeing an uptick in retail buying corporate debt that is taking some away from U.S. Treasuries, believe it or not. And, when that happens, people demand higher yields, right?
Yeah. No, and again, when I look at the bond market this morning and I saw that we're taking out that consolidation, I went back and looked at the old low that we had is 115.24. And then you have the bonds have already moved over to March. Jimmy, talk a little bit more about this, because I do think that if you're trading equities, you got to keep, I always say, the bonds don't matter until they matter. That's with everything. But when the bonds start moving with any sort of velocity and they're breaking out of a range and you're an equity index trader, you want to keep a little bit of an eye on them. Talk to us about what you're seeing technically in the 30s.
Yeah, no, I mean, that level you called out is perfect. I mean, this is the September 25th low wick right here. We expect buyers to come back in when we get into these ranges. So that's going to be key. We're almost there. We almost tagged it this morning. But the next level down really is the consolidation range between 115 and 113.5. And, that area right there that we saw in August is an area that's going to, where we had all sorts of congestion. That's an area that we could easily get back down to. Below that, I don't know, it could be bombs away. But that would be the next target, that range down here below, should this one 15, 24, 30 seconds not hold. There's just a lot of empty space down here. So we'll see how it goes. MACD's pointing negative. All the oscillators are pointing negative on a daily chart right now. So technically speaking, there's room for a downside for sure.
Yeah, I think it's going to matter how this closes today, because the 200-day has been holding this up for days now, and yesterday barely held it, and today we're trading below it. So I think it's going to be important on that, and it does kind of, even though I hate this pattern, it does kind of look head and shouldery.
It does. I didn't want to say it.
I hate that pattern because the pattern doesn't work as often as people think it does, but it does.
I know, when they're just sticking out at you like that, you're like, I've just kind of seen that before. But yeah, no, the 200-day, honestly, I mean, again, we get down below in the low 115s. You wonder the initial reaction in equity indexes. Thoughts on what you would think you would see? I mean, look, I feel like the equity indexes have fought off so much.
Yeah.
They're giving the Heisman to crypto, which I've said earlier in the week, and I've said many times before. When crypto is getting unraveled like this, we know it's because of leverage. We don't know it's because of leverage, but we know that part of it's because of leverage.
Right.
And the reality is, crypto has these wild swings. Again, I look at it and go, yeah, I've seen Bitcoin do much crazier things than what it's doing right now.
For sure.
But equity indexes, people look at that as a barometer to see what's happening in crypto. And I think equity indexes are saying, yeah, you do your thing. Don't worry about it over there. We're okay. This, I don't know.
Yeah. And we do get some data, the rest of the week. We have the ADP tomorrow. We get services ISM tomorrow. We had manufacturing ISM yesterday, and it was pretty bad. And so bonds are selling off, even with the bad data. ADP expectation for tomorrow is plus 5,000. It could be a negative number. So we'll see how the bonds react to that. But look, I think there's also, again, I keep harping on it, but the Supreme Court ruling is, I think, a big deal. And the administration has teased this a little bit. Trump has put out some angry tweets about, what will happen if we lose the tariffs. And so I think there is a concern in the administration that the Supreme Court is going to rule against. And it's likely to happen before the end of the year. So look, if we put a $150, $200 billion hole in the government finances, that needs to be plugged with more bills and then eventually more bonds. And so that's putting some more pressure on the long end. And the Treasury, again, has talked about increasing duration issuance for next year. So long end's starting to pick up on that. I think the equity market will notice if the speed of the yield move starts to accelerate, right? But I don't think the speed of the move can accelerate until we get this ruling. I think if it's just kind of grinding trading, yields higher, I think equities will be okay with it. I think the reaction to tariffs going away, there may be an initial relief, like, oh, this is great for the consumer, but I think the bond market negative reaction will overwhelm that positive equity reaction.
Yeah, I agree with that. And again, we're not there yet, everybody, but keep an eye on the 30-year bond. If you pull up ZB on Ninja, we're already to the March contract. It's crazy. When it says 326 on there, you're like, whoa. But it's going to matter if it starts to move with velocity. That's the one thing I've said. We were talking about this earlier in the year. That was one of the first things we started talking about when NinjaTrader Live launched, was the velocity of the bond move lower. Go back and look at your chart at the beginning of the year, everybody, and watch when the bonds moved lower with us. Now, we know it was tariff related, but this could be also tariff related-ish with the Supreme Court ruling and other things that are going on. And again, keep an eye on it. If it starts to move quickly and you're like, wait, what just happened in NASDAQ? That could be it. Again, just something to keep in mind. Let's talk a little bit more about metals this morning. Shai, we're out of time already. We're sitting there going, this morning's going great. I wanted to quickly talk about gold, and then we're going to get to Jimmy's Edge report. Gold today lower. Anything driving that overnight?
No, there's not necessarily any news. I think that gold has been a little bit more volatile since we saw that initial sell-off after that almost, 4,400 high, 43.98 it was. And so, gold has been not the grindy higher that it was. It's been quite volatile. So I just think this is kind of a new way it's trading for right now.
Yeah, exactly. All right, everybody. It's about that time. Craig, sorry we didn't get to go to the final thoughts for you, but I think we got enough for what we think is what we should be looking for the rest of the day. We'll see you in chat. Shai, we'll see you here in just a moment. But it's time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's finish the conversation on the 30-year bonds with an intraday chart. Take a look at some targets here. We do kind of have a P-shaped volume, capital P that is, volume profile right now, but pretty big sell-off on the open here for the bond open anyway. We're just south of that put support at 116 even. Nice, even, round number, put support, not surprising, but we're just trading around it so far this morning. So we'll see if that holds or not. S1 is the next target down for me, and that's at 115.27 intraday. And below that, we have that Menthol Q 1-day min, 115.17 30 seconds. Should this thing turn around a little bit, we got that VWAP. You got to keep that's a white line going there. It's about 116.06. That's going to move as the market moves, and we have that point of control up here at 116.11. Beyond that, that high vol level at 116 and 16:30 seconds would be on my radar screen. Speaking of metals, though, let's go to Dr. Copper. Dr. Copper's been on my radar screen. It's kind of been a silent creep up here on Dr. Copper. Remember, we had that big move down. Ever since we had that big move down, and that was, what was that? That was back in end of July. We've kind of had a step up approach. We've been stepping up, stepping up, stepping up on a daily chart. We're still stepping up right now on this daily chart. We took out these recent highs here back on at the end of October. And right now we have a little bit of a doji brewing, but this is definitely in a bullish breakout mode in my mind. We have that MACD looking pretty good there at the bottom. Intraday, for people who are considering to trade copper, remember there's a micro copper contract which is pretty keen right now. We made highs. The high was the London initial balance, right? Just short of that pivot, just sort of that JAX 1. So you have three areas of interest right up here defining the top of the conversation at 5.300. We've sold off after that right now. We're tracking down at JAX 4 right now, which is right by that VWAP. This session VWAP is really kind of this white line going across here. I'm looking for that Brian Shannon VWAP touch right now to see if we can get a bounce back up to the upside. Right now we wicked through it. That's so far so good, but we need that confirmation candle to really pull us through. Put support at 5.25 would be the next stop down. Should we break that VWAP and that 1-day min from Menthol Q 5.22? Overall, though, I am bullish on this market. Let's shoot over intraday and just take a peek at some E-mini S&P targets as well. While we can, we have kind of a funky volume profile right now, almost a double distribution, not really, very immature volume profile right now, but we are trading, where are we trading at? We're trading pretty close to the highs here. The point of control right now is 68.44. JX1 is in reach at 68.50. That's that gamma exposure level 1. And above that, we have that previous session highs would be a target on my radar screen, 68.64 half. And then we have some more JX targets above that. So there's definitely targets to the upside. The ADMA is sloping up nicely. The first and second standard deviation, upper standard deviation bands around the VWAP are sloping up nicely here. No real retracement in sight. If you're a bear on the downside, there are some targets here past that session VWAP. And really, I'd be looking at this value area low right now. This is going to change 68.24 3/4. That's not going to hold as a value area low for very much longer. And then the bottom of the conversation is the bottom of the London initial balance. So some targets there for the E-mini S&P traders for intraday. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. Shai, preview of our guest.
So we have Danny Diane, who is Global Macro Volatility Portfolio Manager, ex-hedge fund manager, author of Macro Musings newsletter. Been following him for a while. Want to talk to him what's going on in macro markets, see what he thinks about the bond market.
That's going to be my first question. Let's bring in Danny. Danny, good morning.
You guys, thank you for having me on the show.
Great to have you here, and a perfect day really to have you here, Danny. This morning we've been talking about 30-year bonds breaking out of a consolidation that they've been in a while. I had the macro experts talk a little bit about why they think that that's happening. What are your thoughts on the 30-year bond this morning, and if it has potential to continue to go a little bit lower, and maybe what does that do for the equity indexes?
Yeah, I think we have global forces and then we have U.S. forces. So the global forces are, clearly Japan bond market is facing pressure. The yen has been weakening. That raises inflation. They're still at only 0.5% policy rate. So real rates are negative there. It's becoming an issue. The bond market is taking the pain until they get serious about hiking rates. We have Australia. Their economy is improving rapidly to the point where I think there's a reasonable chance they have to hike next year. And then in the US, look, we still have easy financial conditions. We still have, record high equity prices. We still have an inflation problem. and we have a Fed that is not taking that seriously, frankly, the bond market periodically gets these sort of jitters around that. And it doesn't help that, in my, at least my interpretation, that Kevin Hassett is the leader of getting the Fed chair. Nobody thinks that he'll be serious about inflation. And so I think, the bond market is reacting to all these things. And I think Craig was also, spot on saying, the potential for tariffs to get shut down. And if they don't get shut down, Trump wants to do tariff relief checks. So either way, we're looking at these just uncomfortable dynamics for bonds going forward.
So heading into the end of the year, we talked so much about seasonality. I've talked a lot about, as an index trader for many years, very rarely do you see moves get unwound. I think last week, well, not last week was Thanksgiving, but the prior week, we saw an opportunity for the bears to take advantage of some weakness. It's failed yet again. Is this the story now going into the end of the year? Is this something we have to really be watching, is the bond market, especially with this upcoming FOMC meeting and what they do, and maybe less at what they do, but more about what they say the future path of rates look like?
Yeah, I mean, we may have a case where it's very similar to December of last year where they cut and then say, but we're done for a while, at least. I think they're going to have a battle with the Hawks on the committee. It seems like the Doves won out and they'll get their cut. But the Hawks are not comfortable with the inflation picture, and rightfully so. I think we're going to have an inflation revival and a hurricane, what I call it, to clients next year. I see it coming from all angles. So it's entirely possible we get something like that where they cut, but a hawkish cut. I always think these sort of, these are like misnomers. Like, you're not hawkish if you're cutting rates. I personally find it a joke, but that is sometimes how the market takes it. Where the dot plot may signal, hey, we're not as eager to just cut, in spite of inflation next year. So I think that's certainly a factor. I think in the bond market from a technical perspective as well, we're sitting right above, in price terms, CTA dynamics where they could flip short. And I think that, we got there 2 weeks ago and we, backed off and rallied back. And we're kind of in that zone where we're just a few bips away from where CTAs would start selling bonds. And so, I think, and my view has been, it's been pretty consistent. The bubble is in the bond market. The bubble is not in the equity market yet, at least. The bubble to me is in the bond market. And, when we have these deficits that we have persistent inflation, we have inflation expectations that are unanchored on the consumer side. All of these things suggest the bonds should be nowhere near where they are right now.
And then I kind of wanted to expand, I wanted you to expand on this inflation factor also, because I feel that next year it's going to rear its ugly head again, particularly if the Fed cuts. But talk about your inflation outlook, and also how does stopping QT, if at all, kind of factor into this whole picture?
The QT thing doesn't impact anything. QT was never QT was not the inverse of QE. So it was letting T-bills, basically very little duration left, bonds that may have been bought 10 years ago, but were now effectively, from a risk perspective, T-bills fall off the balance sheet in exchange for reserves. So you're looking at overnight risk exchanged for overnight risk. That was not a meaningful factor. It never raised yields, it never raised term premium. So I don't think ending QT does anything. I do think, and I can get into financial conditions, in a more in-depth way, but I want to answer your question on inflation. But from a liquidity standpoint, I do think that liquidity has been tight since July. It's a meaningful tightening in Fed balance sheet liquidity. Some of it was the shutdown and the TGA, but this has impacted, markets because it's made the dollar stronger than fundamentals suggest the dollar should be. If you look at yields, they have come down since July, and yet the dollar is strengthened. And that doesn't really make a lot of sense, but I think it's that liquidity. So I think the Fed it wants to inject liquidity, but in my opinion, injecting liquidity and cutting rates is overdoing it from a monetary standpoint. And then you're going to see that come next year. When I look at inflation, I see one disinflationary force, which is a little bit of shelter disinflation left. When I look at everything else, I see inflation in a big way. So, first of all, we have commodities, ex oil going really rapidly rising. We have commodity demand due to the AI theme. I think that's going to be a persistent force. We have financial conditions, impulses on inflation. To me, they're as high as, in my models, I'm very focused on this, they're as high as 2021. And so that's a big force. We have inflation expectations unanchored. That tends to lead to higher inflation in and of itself, just due to that channel from consumers. We have tariffs, which I think are misunderstood in terms of their inflation impact. There is a possibility of that sort of demand destruction playing out from tariffs, but not if you cut rates, right? If demand destruction can happen if you let it play out, where, imagine you're a supplier, you're a business, you're trying to pass on costs to consumers. They say no, they don't buy your product. Well, in the next inventory cycle, you're going to have to make changes. You're going to either have to eat that cost in your margins and not raise prices, or you're going to have to do something else with your supply chain. But you'll make that adjustment when consumers reject your prices. But if the Fed is cutting rates, they're increasing aggregate demand, and then they're also essentially encouraging businesses to have pricing power. That's effectively what rate cuts do. And so they're shortchanging whatever demand destruction would occur, in my opinion. And then on the supply side of tariffs, this is a permanent reduction in manufacturing capacity. It's a permanent reduction in productivity. It is a permanent reduction in competition, which raises pricing power. All three of these things are structurally inflationary. So I've modeled out the various aspects of inflation, and I think we're going to see 4+%, by the middle of next year on core inflation.
On core inflation. And then what you maybe talk a little bit about what are the financial conditions going on, since you mentioned that you could talk about financial conditions. So, what are the financial conditions going on right now, and what does that mean for markets?
Yeah, so we're at a very big inflection point on this. Financial conditions framework is a very big part of my process. I have models that decompose the impulses to growth and inflation separately as a result of what happens in markets. Financial conditions are not the end-all be-all. They're not the only thing driving the economy, but I do think they're a big factor in sequential changes in the economy. So if we go back to the last 9 months, we've had the most Goldilocks environment you could ever imagine. We had the strongest growth impulses since 2021. And we had also inflation, very strong impulses, but the Fed is ignoring that. The Fed is, instead of being hawkish, the Fed actually is cutting rates. So when you put this together, it's like a reflation early cycle regime that is the best for risk assets you could imagine. Now, one issue is that the impulses were very strong for Q2, Q3, and Q4, but we wasted a decent amount of the Q4 impulse because of the shutdown. And so if you look at Q2, we grew almost 4% GDP. If you look at Q3, we're tracking Atlanta Fed 4% GDP. I think Q4 would have been a 3+% as well, if not for the shutdown. With the shutdown, we're probably 1.5 to 2. It's not terrible, but we wasted the impulses that I think would have taken us to a much stronger quarter. And then when we get to Q1, the growth impulses really moderate quite a bit. They're still positive, but they moderate quite a bit. They're not as robust as they were this year, whereas inflation impulses are still near the highest of the cycle from a financial conditions perspective. So this really changes us from a Goldilocks to almost a mini stagflation sort of environment. And the real issue is in the last few weeks, we got I called it to clients to the edge of the cliff where, if the markets kept going south, if the dollar kept strengthening, and I think the dollar is the key dynamic here. If these two, kept going, we may have actually been building negative growth impulses from financial conditions next year. And, we got a kick save at the last second last week, and we'll have to see if this continues. One of the things that I've mentioned is liquidity. The Fed balance sheet liquidity last week bounced after, since July, just straight tightening. It bounced a little bit last week, and lo and behold, the dollar started weakening. And when the dollar weakened, you had metals going bananas and you had equities going bananas. So to me, the key dynamic to watch going forward is the dollar. If the dollar, strengthens, I think it'll be difficult for risk assets to have a material move up, a sustainable move up. They can make moves, but not a sustainable, big rally like we've been seeing. Whereas I think if the dollar weakens, you get sort of that debasement trade, all over again, where metals go up, equities go up, maybe crypto finally finds its footing. All these things that are tied, it's all tied to the dollar, in my opinion. So keep an eye on the dollar.
Danny, I'm so glad you brought up talking about inflation again, because again, I'm not a macro guy, but I try to follow a theme and understand what's going on. And as I become more of a swing trader, it's really helped me understand really just market dynamics, and I just become a better executor of my strategy. And when I look at, we go from the Fed trying to get to 2%, and we had QT, rates are going up, to all of a sudden we shift so quickly to cutting. Why do we go from like raising to lowering so quickly these days? Because I remember, I've been in this business for a while where it wasn't like the Fed was not the story. It feels like the Fed always has to be front and center of the story. I know we've only got 30 seconds left. Maybe we can extend it a little bit, but it's like, why do you think the Fed's mindset is always they have to be doing something and they never let things kind of work its way out? Because I feel like, how could inflation be fixed that quickly that all of a sudden, hey, we're cutting rates again? And look at, here we are.
But this is a perfect question because you're spot on. They always feel like they have to be activists. Look, the economy is growing above potential. Inflation is above target. Both of these have been persistently the case for 5 years now. There's really no need for them to be involved at all. But the reason they are is a few things. One is they have this strict focus on a neutral rate model. The Williams model of neutral rate that says neutral rates on a nominal basis are 3%. They believe this to be like the Bible. And so from their perspective, they're above neutral and they need to get to that neutral. I think this is moronic because, as I said, GDP continues to be above potential and financial conditions remain easy. That to me tells you you're not restrictive. I just keep it simple in that front. So I think that. The second thing is I think they're misreading the labor market. I'm not saying the labor market is exceptionally strong, but when you have the supply of, a break even of 0 to 50K, sort of monthly break even, on the margin, you should be focusing on labor less, not more, because it's far easier to meet your full employment mandate. You don't need 150 bips of rate cuts in a year to go from 28K jobs that we were creating up to August, and now we had 120K month, to, a little bit higher than that, around 40, 50K. You don't need a substantial amount of easing to do that. And based on the revisions data that we've gotten, it's actually clear that in 2024, the labor market wasn't as hot as we thought it was. And in fact, it's been in this same sort of uncomfortable low hire, low fire dynamic for a solid 18 months, and it hasn't broken. So from my perspective, they're panicking at the wrong mandate, and what they're doing is making their other mandate even harder to deal with. And
Okay.
if I were a central banker, the number one thing I would be worried about is inflation expectations. You look at University of Michigan, the mean inflation expectations are 7.7%. The median is 4.7%. You look at the New York Fed survey, it's 4.1%. You look at Conference Board, it's 5.7%. These are all over the place. This tells you that consumers are clearly concerned more and more and more about inflation than anything else. And so I think they're making a mistake in ignoring these messages from financial conditions, ignoring inflation expectations, and just this religious adherence to this neutral rate model that frankly that model hasn't worked in 15 years. If you look at the chart of it, it hasn't worked for 15 years, and yet this is their narrow focus. And I think it's a mistake. I think we're going to see that inflation come back in a big way, next year and possibly beyond.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. Danny, great conversation today. Thank you so much for joining us here on Ninja Trader Live. Everybody in chat, hit that like and subscribe and go and follow Danny.
Thank you, Danny.
Really a pleasure to have you here today, Danny. Thank you again.
Thank you guys for having me, and I hope to talk again soon.
That was great. I really enjoyed that. Yeah, man, I never understand why, it's funny. I started in the mid 90s in this business. Like we had a Fed meeting up on the board that like we knew was coming months out. There was every now and then you had Greenspan talk or whatever. But the Fed was not an everyday conversation.
Right.
Never for the first decade of my life, a career, right? And it was just, and I look at it and go, now it's an everyday conversation. What they're doing, they always have to be doing something. They're always cutting. They're always raising. It's like, okay, nothing sits for a period of time.
To let it sort out.
To let it sort out.
Right.
Oh, we're and that's the part again, I don't know the inner workings like the way that you guys do, but I look at it and go, even I know whatever you do is not going to have an impact today.
No.
They cut rates today. It's going to take months for that one to even take place.
Correct.
Why are you going from raising to immediately to cutting when you haven't even really worked through your first mandate? I thought Danny said it perfectly. Anyway, Shai, it's all the time we have for today. I'll see you in chat.
All right.
All right, let's bring in T Trades. What's up, homie?
How's it going? Been a minute since we
Good.
talked.
Yeah, man. I miss my guy T. What's going on?
Not too much, just hanging around, holidays and working.
Charting, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's dig into the chart today, and I will follow your lead. What are we going to be looking at here first up today, T?
Yeah, so following off of what Danny said, we'll just go ahead and start out with the dollar. And the nice thing is we are in December now. So what does that mean? We get a new monthly candle. So now we can use the previous month's closure as anticipation for this new month. So currently how I'm looking at it for dollars, we have this pretty bearish closure on the monthly. So I would be looking for us to continue lower, at least in the beginning part of this month for the dollar. And I would just like to see this high remain. So essentially a move, respecting this area, back lower. I don't like the fact that we left this low right here. If we would have taken that out, took out the previous month's low, then I could have anticipated a reversal. Now, if we're going to get a move lower here, then that's going to lead me to look higher on foreign currencies. So things like the euro, I want to see catch up. Pound has already moved over this high, but it's consolidating. So euro higher, or even into the Australian dollar is quite strong, and you can see that with this monthly closure here, and it could get a move higher, up into these highs I'm looking for this month. So that's kind of it on foreign currencies. Let's say if the dollar does not respect this area and it moves higher, then I'd want to draw my eye to the yen because I think it can get a move into its previous month's low.
Got it. I want to talk real quick with everybody about the dollar and why I think they should be charting it. Look at the impacts it has on all these other markets. If you see dollar weakness, and one thing you and I have talked about on this show, T, and I know you've talked about it many times, whether it's on social or your YouTube channel, is if you have the leading market, which a lot of these markets are moving against the dollar, so you have this opposite correlation, you could find the one that's the strongest or the weakest against it, and you can find edges that way.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was saying if we're bullish dollar, the yen is the weakest currently. You would want to short the yen. You wouldn't really want to short the Australian dollar when it's just tearing. So I completely agree with that.
Yeah, and everybody out there, again, this is the dollar. You don't have to do this on a daily basis, even if you did it on a weekly basis, don't you think so, T? Like you have an idea of where they are. I mean, you just glance at it every day to see where it is on a relative basis. You're going to have an idea of which markets you're going to be more focused on directionally.
Yeah, I mean, if you come in every Tuesday, this Tuesday we talked about this being bullish to the high. This Tuesday we talked about it coming back into the range. So, if you just check out every Tuesday, maybe with the dollar here on NinjaTrader, you might see.
That, my guy gets it, man. All right, what's up next?
All right, so I know you might have, I don't know if you're still in your oil longs or your starter position,
No.
but all right, it's just been so chopped. So you can see that whole last month, yeah, the monthly candle doesn't look bad, but it just consolidated. So usually when we go so deep back into a range, this invalidates my bullish bias. And so I'm just looking for this area to hold. That's just because this is a protected swing. It swept out a high previous, close below here. So if this can hold, and then ideally we get a closure below this level today, which would form a new protected swing. And then I could look for an expansion into this previous month's lows, right? So I'd be watching the November low and the October low. So that's kind of it for oil. And then let's get into some metals. So they've kind of been on a tear. Obviously, silver catching up to gold. It was a bit weaker earlier into the year, and it's just starting to get the strength. So I want to focus on silver if looking along. The only thing is I would need a swing point to trade that higher. Now, for gold, we did take out our previous month's high. So I do want to watch the reaction here because if we are going to form some sort of move lower to go run some lows, it's going to be right here. Otherwise, I'm just going to be looking for a new swing to form and for this trend to continue higher. We're just forming a trend. So it's pretty much a reactionary game here for metals as I'm just focused on, do we form a swing? Let's see what the closures tell me. Because right now I could kind of frame this either way. It's easy to frame bearish today just because we swept this previous month's high out, formed a bearish closure. You can trade this lower. I would need this to close and maybe one more candle to close to give me that bias. It'd be a bit more clear on Thursday and Friday this week.
Yeah, gold. I was talking about that this morning. The fact that gold, the first day of the month, it's something that I look at, T. I'll look at the first day of the month and see what the flows are coming into that market. And when we make a high or a low on the first day of the month, I don't know if you noticed this in any of your work. In so
It
today is
trends.
day two, and we make a yeah, exactly. And so I look at it and go, now, as much as I think gold is bullish on the bigger picture, I think it has some work to do in order for me to look at it from an intraday basis to a swing basis to really get more bullish to think that we take out that high. And that was one of the things I was going to ask you specifically. When you see a day like yesterday, first day of the month, and then today come in and take out the low, what is it going to take for you to see that this trend gets really? I mean, we know it's kind of intact, but where the
Yeah.
momentum can continue higher.
I mean, on most assets, if I wasn't so bullish on the metals, I would be focused on we're sweeping out previous month's high here, and then we're forming a reversal. So I would actually lean into looking lower in towards this EQ area and then even these lows. Now, for me, if I want to get bullish on gold, I'm going to need either a swing low here that I can trust to then trade higher, and then I want to make sure we push through this high. We don't just fail it and then drop back into the range. Or we could even get a little bit of a deeper retracement, run out those lows, and then move higher from there. Um, it's more of a day by day thing here on gold versus, some assets I have more of a weekly bias. For me today, it's just going to be that. It'll probably clear up into week 2 of December, so next week.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that makes total sense. I mean, because the silver market is the one that's inside of yesterday. And again, I talked about that this morning and how the fact that when you look at metals and they're trending together and you have silver on an inside day and the first day of the month in silver is still the low. I'm curious what your thoughts are and what you're seeing in silver.
Yeah, so if we take a look, gold kind of had a smaller range, swept out, and then so it's pretty easy to trade outside that range today. Silver just had quite a decent day. It doesn't look decent because of the previous days, but we still had a, 4, almost 5% move on that day. So it makes sense that we can get some sort of consolidation following these 3 days of expansion. We have a 14% move. It's fine to cool off for a little. This is where I tend to avoid price because that's where I'm going to get caught in this consolidation. So I tend to avoid it and then let it figure itself out, then trade a new continuation following.
Got it.
But let's go take a look at Bitcoin because I know you were talking about that as well. So
Yep.
As I spoke about, we've been talking about Bitcoin since up here, this trend down. And I was saying it would probably extend into the end of the month. And that's because we have this monthly candle, right? And if we're going to expand throughout the month, we're generally going to close into the highs or into the lows here. So we do close into the lows. And now I just ask myself a pretty simple question. Unless we're going to consolidate all month, we're going to reach for previous month's low or previous month's high. Which one's closer? Well, previous month's low. So what is my anticipation? Well, I just want to see Bitcoin trade into previous month's low. So we'll see how we do in here. Ideally, we consolidate here or don't really buy this back up. If we buy this back up, it kind of invalidates it and goes higher. But if we can form some sort of swing here, we can trade into that low.
Yeah, man, Bitcoin is just struggling. I mean, you could see it in the action on the day to day. And when I look at your stuff and my stuff, it's just like, and Bitcoin feeds off of energy, no pun intended there. And it just lacks the momentum to the upside. Every single rally seems to be getting sold. I agree with you when I look at it here. It's like, it's almost like they need to maybe wash out that low again. Hard to be buying into any sort of short-term strength in Bitcoin because it just they're not getting it. I mean, they're not getting anywhere with it.
Yeah. So I was looking at if we go look quickly out at some higher time frame targets. I'm kind of just looking if we do break through that level. Um, I think I actually need to go to the daily on this to see. There's really not much for me. It's more of a just looking for that like 73K if we can break through there. Um, it's there's not much below for me that really would form a low. Now the thing with Bitcoin is a lot of people like to dollar cost average on the way down. I'm a person that, buys on the way up. I would prefer to let a low form and then start buying because I'm going to still get the same dollar cost average. It's just I'm not taking the drawdown heat. So that's how I approach looking at stuff. So I'm just bearish until I'm proven wrong. That's essentially what I'm looking for here on Bitcoin. And I think
Got
I
it.
was looking at the micros there. That's why I was a bit confused on the levels. But yeah, now let's get into indices before we finish off. So once again, new month, we get a new monthly candle. I'm just looking at this to move higher because we have a reversal candle on the monthly. And so I just ask myself again, are we more likely to trade to this low or to these highs? And for me, it's those highs. So you see the month open up down. That's usually what I like to see because we were just talking. If we can form that low early on into the candle, we can get a trend. So I'd like to see this be the wick of the monthly candle and we can start to trend higher. Now, NQ has the strength. So I would rather be focused on that currently. As you look, it's just quite stronger, and you can see YM is the weakest here. So if I'm looking for a long setup, you can look intraday. I'd like to see previous day high taken. That just makes the most sense. But I'd like to see us, move higher this week, reaching for these highs here on the left.
Yeah, I think from a swing perspective, the index is first day of the month low is a key point. I mean, if we're going to trend, and I love your work, when I look at that, it's like that's a clear stop to me because if they can't hold yesterday's low, which is the monthly low right now, I know we're only in day two, but it's a clear place to put risk on. I mean, if you want the indices, if you're bullish indices and you think they're going to go higher, to me yesterday, I thought that they had an opportunity to go lower. They couldn't. I was trying to buy S&P and NASDAQ on the dip. It didn't happen. And now here you are today. You look at that low and you say, well, that's a significant low.
Yeah, it definitely could have gone lower yesterday, and YM does get that move. Kind of a very not clean breakout, but it does do that. But this is like the same as the monthly, right? We have this reversal candle. If we're going to move higher today, then more likely to reach for this previous day high. I keep it very simple. So you can see we make that low, and then we're currently trending higher, and we haven't reversed off this high, which usually just tells me then we're going to go reach for this high. So my anticipation for this morning would just be that we can get a move higher, and mechanically speaking, I would just like to see that kind of just go right away at the open. I don't really want it to mess around. I just wanted to see it rip.
When you're looking at the indexes right now across the board coming out of day one, which one is showing the clearest directional move going into today? Is it NASDAQ? I think you said that NASDAQ is the
Yeah,
strongest
it's
one when you're
NASDAQ.
looking
So
at
it
it.
just has the strength. If you look at it, just getting this trend here versus, why I'm starting to catch up, but it's just not really interesting because if you look at where it's propped up, NQ's up here in the range, right? It's all the way up here. YM's all the way down here. So it's just the weakest asset. So I'd prefer NQ to just reach up for that high, right? Basically at the open.
Yeah, and we all know when NASDAQ leads higher, you don't want to fade that puppy. Anytime the NASDAQ is the strongest of the major indexes, careful short-term day traders selling into strength in the NASDAQ because typically it doesn't work out so well.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't try to catch highs, I don't try to catch lows, I just trade those continuations. So I'm not gonna ever really catch this low of the day, but I'll trade a continuation.
Exactly. And right now, the focus, I think, I agree with you, is the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's got a good low for the month. We'll see if momentum continues today. T, thank you so much, everybody. This segment was brought to you by CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. My boy T is with us here on Tuesdays. You heard him from the beginning of the show. Come check out what we're doing here each and every Tuesday. Get your technical work done for the week here on Tuesday mornings with T. T, you're the best, my brother. I wish you well.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
All right, everybody. So, wow, what a morning we've had so far. What other network is going from macro with Danny to technicals with T? Nobody. I really enjoyed that segment with Danny this morning. Really opened my eyes again about, what's going on with the Fed and all these conversations out there. We hear about it all the time, right? And as day traders, how much does that matter to us? Yeah, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I really enjoy the macro side of things and understanding a theme. And, the question I have for Danny, I think, as we all have, is like, why is the Fed always doing something, right? Why are they such busybodies? Why are they going from raising rates to cutting rates? And I thought that segment this morning, if you didn't catch it with Danny, was fantastic. And, of course, great segment with T as he sets us up for the week. Going right into it with the dollar, I think the dollar is going to be an important market to watch, especially with what's happening right now in the bond market. And when you look at the bond market right now, the bond market broke out yesterday, making a lower low out of a consolidation that it's been in for some time. And so I think that could spark some volatility in the indexes. But we're going to see what the traders think about that coming into today. As usual, on Tuesdays, it's we call it black boxes because it's time to trade the open with Merritt Black and Christian trading boxes. Gents?
Yo, yo. Morning. Hey, fellas.
Man, I could spot a fresh haircut at anywhere, and Merritt is just like, he's fresh out of the barber. He's still got the talcum powder on the back of his neck right now. They just brushed him off. He's ready to go, baby.
I got those little itchy ones in my neck and my collar. Yeah.
Yeah. Nobody spots a fresh haircut like me, boys. How you guys doing today?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. How are you? How was your break?
It was good. I always enjoy Thanksgiving. It's amazing how December is already here and how fast December always goes. It's like I feel like you have like this slowdown period where you sit at home for a while on Thanksgiving. You're like, man, I sat home for, I think one day I really didn't do much, and I'm like, man, I'm addicted to productivity. So when I'm sitting around even for like half a day, I'm like, oh my God, what am I going to do with myself? And I couldn't wait to get back in. And now you feel like you're in the heat of it, the rush into the end of the year. The holidays are here. I don't even have a tree up in my house yet. I don't even know if that's even going to happen. But yeah, I mean, it's nice to get some time off, but it's good to be back. And I think we're going to get some busy markets, guys. I don't know if you heard earlier, but Merritt, I want to start with you because I know that you might be keeping a little bit of an eye on the 30-year bond. I don't know if you did this morning, but you see we broke out of that. You're bullish. You want to buy the dip.
I want to fade everyone that I've heard all morning on stream. Yes.
So he's long 30-year. Are you long 30-year?
Well, I don't follow the 30-year, but the 10-year, and every time I've ever looked at the two charts, they look the same. I do follow the ZN. And it's doing the same thing it's done since September. It's in this little small grinding, compressing up into last year's value area high, technically still in an uptrend. And so, the fundamental crew absolutely could be right, and something could be changing, and the bond market could be sniffing something out. I'm not smart enough to do all that kind of stuff. I just trade what is. I trade what's in front of me, and nothing's changed on the chart for the 10-year for me. So this is coming down into a decent, confluent, multiple time frames kind of bullish trade location here.
Yeah, see, so we're talking about the ZB because the ZN is not the same thing. So they're talking about the long end is where the risks are right now. Not
but
not
what's
in
the
10s,
correlation between those two markets? It's extremely high, right? But yeah, the
Well, not
chart
right
might look
now.
different on ZB.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's what's happening, when you have the yield curve moving the way that it is. The long end is the one that's spiking right now. The short end is not. And I mean, the trend is technically not really the short end, but nonetheless, I think what it does bring is anytime the bond markets start to get busy, I like it because it is, first of all, we haven't had data for in a while, and I love trading ZN. I trade ZN on data when I'm day trading, or ZB. And if the bonds and the tens are moving, that usually means you're going to have some volatility in equities. And again, bond markets really, I always look at them and go, they always kind of matter on the big picture, not enough to impact anything I'm doing, even as a swing basis. But in the short term, when you see bonds breaking out of ranges and they have velocity of their moves, it typically then does spill over a little bit into equities. So nonetheless, I do think, if anything, it brings some more interest into this end of the year trade. And again, I look at, I'm more focused on the ZB than the ZN, but if the ZB keeps going lower, I do think you're going to start to see some interesting moves here, especially when Danny and T were both talking about like what the dollar's set up as. If the dollar starts to move higher with a higher ZB, what does that do to equity indexes? I don't talk about that much with you guys or anybody in the pre-market stuff because it doesn't really matter often. But there are moments where you do got to keep a little bit of an eye on it, and I think we are potentially in that moment. So again, we'll see. But ZN is something you're looking at. What else are you looking at coming into the open today, Merritt?
I know you're not in it, I heard earlier, but I do think that the crude oil swing long is still on the table. As long as it continues to react from that general 57.80s, lower edge of the value for this year, that trade is still in play. So now it's got a small lift higher. I understand it's still in, on a daily bar chart, you could say it's in like a bull flag. It's kind of grinding lower. But against that late October low around 56, as long as that puppy's holding and we're holding these kind of 50, like I said, 57.80s, I still think it's worth spending some risk, picking some spots, because this thing will be back up at 69.70, So the risk reward is just huge down here. I like crude on the long side on the swing time frame. I like swing time frame long 10-year, and I'm actually bearish gold, and that's going to be more of an intraday play for me here today. So as we come into this session, I'm going to be looking for gold shorts, seeing if we can continue in this rotational state that it's been in here since the start of November. It's just this kind of grindy, and it's up at the upper end of this. So that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, and I'm with you on the crude trade. Time is getting me out more than anything, Merritt. Typically, when I get into stuff, it's like I'm sitting in there, and when I see that time is ticking against me and the market's not, moving off my areas, I typically will then just, get out of it. 59.78 is a big area for me for CL. If it does push above it, I see us in the low 60s. I agree. I'm almost hoping that we get something that spurs some momentum in crude, and I'd rather step in as the move starts to get underway versus just like sitting in the position. I've done it 3 times already. 2 times I got stopped out. One time I took like a 40 tick winner because I'm just like, I can't do this anymore. You're just like, I can't hold this anymore. But I'm with you there, and I agree. I think gold, man, I talked about it with T yesterday. I don't love the way that daily looks, man. Opening day, first day of the month is the high. We take out the low the second day, and it took out that previous month's high, and it rotates. It's like gold's gonna have a hard time rallying from here. I agree with the rotation.
It's a classic parabolic spike followed by what is a bear flag. That is the classic charting technical pattern on a daily bar chart on gold right now.
Yeah, I like the intraday shorts in that as well. I saw that this morning. I'm like, silver's the one they're buying. If anything, it's like the long silver, short gold type scenario right now. Christian, we'll get to you. What's up, my brother? Let's take a look at what you're seeing today, because I think that the indexes, to me, the trend really looks intact. I'm curious to see what you think, but I think good low of the month yesterday as far as I'm concerned for S&P and NASI.
Yeah, ever since we bounced what was this, 20th. That was a big weekly level, and we have put in a really good low on a much higher time frame. So all we're doing now is moving back up into possibly new highs. That's the way I see it. But let's go over this 4-hour time frame. We are so here's that move lower, right? We had like this ABC pattern, and then we had a big reversal, and then this is the first consolidation after that big rally. So we're consolidating recent gains. This is the entering day 4 of consolidation. For ES, we're above a big level. 6,800 was this big resistance in October. We broke above it. We back tested it. A little bit of noise, but you can see the 6,800 is a big level. All we did yesterday on the both Sunday and Monday yesterday on the back test on that negative right gap down that we had was just back test that area, and we held. So this consolidation now is setting up a new possible trend higher. And as long as we can continue to hold, we can see it push up higher to take out these recent lower highs here at let's say 6,900. And that may happen today, tomorrow, as we're attempting to break out of here. If we fail, we can of course come back down to 6,800 again, maybe create a failed breakdown, and this can continue to become a longer consolidation. But so far, everything we want to see from a trend following perspective is here. We're finding acceptance above that prior resistance. We're holding, I look at stocks a lot. I'm long a lot of semiconductors. Everything's moving higher. We have Broadcom at new all-time highs. So I really can't be bearish the market, even with this bounce, because just the market's, it's a market of stocks, and the stocks are leading higher. For NQ, the leading sector here, a little bit of the same. We had this big 340s, 360s resistance here over the last 2 months, big level. Again, we're just forming acceptance around it. We're breaking out in the last few hours. Can we hold the breakout? Can we then push up into, let's say, 25,700 area, which is another good level here? As long as this 340s, 360s can continue to hold, I can see that. If not, we go test prior day low, and then maybe see if we bounce and continue a much longer consolidation. But everything is saying that we should be pushing out of here. Now for the hourly plan for today, we are in attempting to break out of again that same consolidation. If we can start a new hourly 9MA uptrend, we can see a scenario 1 where we can push up to prior day high, maybe reject or see higher. If we fail, there is strong support in ES at 6830s that we want to see that hold, and then maybe can get that bounce higher. If not, we're going to go test that prior day low. NQ, a little bit of the same. Can we hold here or any pullback into 400? And then we can continue that big breakout that the 4-hour and higher time frames are suggesting. If not, we go back and test that 340, 360 big zone. You can see we tested that overnight, and we just had a beautiful failed breakdown there and rally from there. So that is the main area of support below us. If not, then we might just continue this consolidation a little bit longer, and we go take out prior day low, and maybe a break of this consolidation takes place maybe towards the end of the week. But so far, everything is saying higher as of now.
Yeah, I look at it from the first day of the month perspective. It's something I've always done. And when I look at where we came from last week into last week, I thought that was a good low. And now you have first day of the month, and that to me is a low that everyone's going to watch. And if we start to take out a high, yesterday's highs with any significance, man, you look at that on a monthly basis and a weekly basis, and you say, hard to stay short. I start to see where the weak hands start to come back in. I mean, the bears are, as Bon Jovi would say, living on a prayer right now. They're
Yeah.
just saying, just saying it the way it is. I mean, I'm looking at it going, last thing you want to see is that little bit of a capitulation low the way we had, and then a little bit of consolidation. First day of the month, we take out those highs, and you start looking at that going, man, where could this thing go?
Order
Goes back
filled.
to all-time highs. So anyway, we will be watching throughout the morning. Both of you, the way you guys execute is always something I think everybody should take note of. It's not just the charting. It's the way that they execute. Execution. Watch. Learn. These are my guys. Show some love. Hit the like and subscribe button so you never miss an episode of Ninja Trader Live. Let's get that over to 200 right now. We've got almost 1,000 people in here already. Let's get that over 200 likes. What a morning we had. Danny, T-Trades, and of course everybody here on the Ninja Trader Live desk. So appreciate all of you in chat. I will be in here watching. Boys, have a great day.
You too, brother.
Take care. Guys,
What's up?
press the like for Merritt's haircut. Come on now.
Twice a year. I grow it till it's like touching my shoulders in the back, and then I'll get it cut and do it again.
Just for the holidays.
That's right. I'm thinking about taking the stash off too. I've almost done it. I've had like the beard trimmer in my hand, and I start to get the shakes, I'm like, and then I can't do it. It's coming though.
New year, new you.
Should we do a stash shave off on stream, like a if I lose a bet or something? Oh, man.
What would be the bet?
I don't know, man. Name a sport and I'll beat you at it. I don't know.
Like physically beat me?
You want to play? Should we play a chess match?
No. What am I good at? I don't know. I never really. I mean, I couldn't get into sports because I got sick. So. I'm good at trading. Thank you.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be on here.
Ping pong? Somebody suggested?
Darts. I can beat you in
Darts.
darts.
Woo. Who can draw the best box? Bowling. I went bowling the other day with my wife's family. We at the day after Thanksgiving we got out. It was fun.
Arm wrestle.
Arm wrestle.
Well, right now,
Little PTSD there.
he doesn't have a good highlight of that.
Oh man. Yeah, his arms are like twice the girth of mine. I don't know what I was thinking. No, I knew I was going to lose. It was fun. All right. I'm kind of stalking this gold short. It's right at yesterday's value low, upper extreme of our DVA. Starting to get my little red algo dots. Just waiting on a little momentum shift.
To short the gold.
Not yet. I'm
Let's see what
stalking.
it's doing.
I was in a bowling league out of college for a season. That was fun. Monday night, pitcher of beer with the boys. It was fun.
Let's see what happens. Let's see if you're gonna stick to gold mostly.
I am open. I think I don't think I talked about the S&P in my kind of pre-market thing, but I think there's a case of what's not happening in the S&P, which is that it kind of rotated up in this last move up so far to, I think I put out a tweet the day before Thanksgiving about how, ever since my big load up swing long, this is now kind of the first main area, right, of resistance, and has now completed that kind of initial move. So you would expect the sellers to show us something, be able to rotate back down a little bit or whatnot, and we're not doing it, right? We got up there Friday, Yesterday's just hanging around, overnight, hanging around. So a lot of times that's indicative of not a great high, not like a blow off kind of capitulatory type high. It's just kind of a weak high. It's kind of hanging around there. In fact, the past 3 sessions, I won't count the half day session, have been literal market profile poor highs. If I bring over the market profile chart at this area, look at this. So this market is not done auctioning to the upside in this area. And the longer it continues to just hang out up here, the more and more probabilistically speaking it is of taking those highs out.
Oh yeah. I'm
Oh
ready.
yeah. Oh yeah.
I want those new highs. Let's see if we can break out. We have 8 minutes to the open.
I pulled up a ZB chart on Trading View. It's literally exactly the same as ZN. Gold is still finding buyers. And by the way, guys, if you ever have a bias, so if I come in and I start talking about I'm bearish gold, that doesn't just mean I'm bearish gold all day. If that's how you approach a bias, congratulations, you're going to lose money. You have to have a line in the sand. For me, where's the line in the sand? It's going to be yesterday's value right here where we are, 42.55 in the gold. So, if we continue to hold, or if we start to hold and accept, as Christian invented, accept above that area, shorts are off the table. You got to tip your hat and say my thesis is not playing out. So we'll see.
Big level. It's both the weekly and monthly open too.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, I guess it just started last few days ago. But it's a good bull bear zone. I would love a little bit of a pullback at the open, create a higher low, and then set up maybe that breakout today in indices. Gold, I'm still bullish gold. Just broke out of a daily consolidation. This is the first pullback after that. So I'm typically, like, if I was a gold trader, I'd be
Wait, how is gold broken out of a daily consolidation? Like a
above
wedge structure?
4150s.
Like a wedge off of like the October and November highs? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that. Also, there's like a very tight consolidation that it broke out of.
Show me.
The breakout occurred around 4160s. Wait, am I in the right contract? I keep forgetting. See, that's why I don't trade gold. You're in February, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, the breakout was around 4150s, 4146.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay.
And then on the 24th is when it broke out.
Yeah. I see that. The problem with that is we've been in this range since October 8th. It's gone up, down, up,
Yeah.
down, and now up, all within that. You know what I mean? So yes, if you zoom in, there's a breakout of a more recent consolidation from November 14th to the 24th. But that breakout is within the context of further sideways behavior. But that brings up a good point for chat. Sometimes there has to be a limit to the end of the analysis, right? We can't just go down, like, you can't try to be perfect and do everything at all times. If it's part of your process, great. But you can't, sometimes you'll get a trade idea and then someone will say something like I just said to Chris. They'll say, well, what about this? And you're just like, oh, I wasn't taking that into consideration. Maybe it's not a part of your process, so you don't need to, right? Maybe you can file it away in the Rolodex, or take a screenshot and put it in kind of a book of charts, notes type of thing or something. But you can't take every little piece of potentially valid information. And as I know nothing ER in the chat is saying, put yourself in a state of analysis paralysis. One thing I love about doing this stream with Chris is that him and I can present like different opinions and different views on things. And at the end of the day, both of us are going to trade our process. You know what I mean? And we can compartmentalize other views. Like we're kind of been around long enough and our trading maturity is high enough to do that. I remember a time when mine wasn't. When someone would say something, I would come out of the trade that I had seen and try to get into some other trade or flatten my trade when I shouldn't have and stuff like that. It doesn't matter. I tell my desk traders, right? My desk traders tend to, respect me and my views and things like that. And so I tell them all the time, hey, just because I am bullish or bearish does not mean that should affect you and your process, right? We can both make money with opposite views, as you guys see traders on this stream do all the time. So.
Yeah.
Let me remember where it is. Oh, it's yacht. Merritt, gold is bullish. Haha. All right. We'll see. We'll see. I'll short some here. We'll see. Yes, it's cold here in Tennessee. It's in the 30s, I'm pretty sure.
It's cold.
It's cold. Definitely pushed a little bit higher than I would have liked for the trade location. So I do need to see this new C period here in gold. That is the third 30-minute period of the day. Get back out of prior value.
I'd see we got a market open.
Yep. That's a great quote. Let the boy watch. Is that from Eastbound and Down? Is that what that's from? Let the boy watch.
It looks like pullback at the open first. Let's see if we can hold, find some support.
Fast little RTH trend is trying to hold in the gold. Step aside for now. It's a great question, AQ. We'll get to it when things slow down a little bit here.
Yeah, we hold here. We have a good hourly higher low in place now.
Hopped back into the gold.
Look at NQ go. A little bit of divergence. Yes is not really moving with it. Might be a choppy morning. NQ leading. NQ is about to take out prior day high, and ES is really not moving. So let's see if we can hold. Let's see if we can create a higher low against this breakout, higher high, higher low, and then that'll give me a little bit more information that it does want to continue higher. But if we take out prior day high and then reverse back down, then we might just push back down.
Gold is just stalling, stalling, stalling at these high prices, which is not good for the short. Same concept as I talked about with what the indices were doing, big picture. What's not happening, right? One last attempt here I'll give sellers as they push it back below entry. It's this RTH imbalance up. Obviously, it's an ETH extreme fade for those of you who do the NADRO. There's the sellers pressing, pressing, pressing. Bingo. I'm still not impressed with sellers, even though the trade's kind of working. It's just not too good. The more time we spend up here, the more this looks like a little micro return pullback into yesterday's value, which is bullish and puts the targets up into 42.76 to 42.80. So just thinking through scenarios, not just what I want to happen or what I might, as an amateur, would root for to happen.
All right, so I'm long, but I'm long in a larger account just because I want to position myself for this breakout. And for the day trade account here, I'll be focused on some consolidation, some acceptance here.
I just
But I'm
scaled
pretty
some gold.
much for the trade that I have on, I took the breakout of this 4-hour wedge on ES, and we'll see if we can have this new 4-hour 90-minute uptrend now to 6,700. I'm watching that closely only because we were already a bit extended for my liking on the hourly. So if this fails, I'll look to close it, but I wanted to focus on the larger account this morning due to the overall setup. And then I'll just wait to see what day trading opportunities come up on here. Ideally, I can swing this for the rest of the week if we hold this breakout.
Order filled.
Just, I mean, AQ's on fire. Semiconductors are I'm long pretty much every semiconductor.
I'm going to scale out of 2/3 now, just the way this thing is continuing to, until I say it, continuing to really stall at developing value high for the day. It's frustrating to me when I have to. I'm risk seeking. I want risk on, and when I have to, when I'm compelled to take what I call protective scale outs, when I'm seeing market generated information that's telling me the trade is not working really nicely. I never liked doing that, but I've learned over the years to take your medicine. In fact, that's a literal phrase that I teach people is take your medicine, take your scales, those type of things, rather than let greed or whatever type of thing dominate.
CWC
Orders.
universities have slightly declined, falling over 1% in 2023 to 2024.
I thought you were bullish, Yacht. What are you talking about? You flip with me? You join? Did you join the wolf pack? At first there was one.
Fire. Let's see. So here's the stress test for ES and NQ. Can we hold this breakout attempt? We were seeing some divergences here in ES and NQ. NQ's on fire. I mean, tech stocks are just lasting off, but now we need to see if this is sustainable. Since we were already rallying from overnight session, we want us to hold here, consolidate, find some acceptance, and then break out higher. Let's see if we can create a higher low here on both. Build structure and push out. If not, ES will probably fail this breakout attempt, and NQ can come back down to the breakout.
All right, now that gold is solidly away from entry, there was a good question earlier. Merritt, it's so hard to find your own or maybe own a framework who you can trust. When did you know you found yours and stopped strategy hopping? This is such a good question. And it makes me like philosophize on, is that the word? Philosophize? On what speaks to us, you know? What do we connect with? What clicks for us and why? And there's a lot of stuff that goes into that. You know, I certainly, that was a big thing at SMB, was getting exposure to different setups with Edge, and then you honing in on the ones that, the word we use was just the ones that make sense to you, you know? And so there's a mystique to that, and it's very, very complex because we're complex beings, you know? And so I won't be able to speak to that in particular. I will say that based on conversations with Dr. Steenbarger and what he teaches and taught us is look for the big buckets of style and strategy, look towards your life outside of trading. Get away from trading for a second. What are you good at? What kind of big character traits do you have? You know, are you more of like a fast twitch, you know, good at Call of Duty gaming kind of person? Or are you more of a, you know, a slower, deeper thinker that might put you towards more very short-term trading, what I call scalping, versus more swing trader, things like that. A lot of those can put you in a big category to get you started. Multi-market versus deeper with a single market, stuff like that. My journey was, you know, the trading information on the internet was not as prevalent when I was coming up, right? So it was books. Go to the bookstore, read Alexander Elder or like whatever, and all these trading books. I would go to the bookstore and I would rather than try to find I couldn't find a book that I hadn't read on the book in the trading investing section, right? It just absorbed everything I could, but it was a lot less information back then than there is now, which is a good thing and a bad thing. So anyways, I'll try to wrap this up, but it's such a great question. It's maybe the most important question that I'll address today. So I kind of went more down the indicator path at first, which I think most people do. You're looking for that indicator or the combination of indicators that unlock the secret, right? That unlock what's going to happen next, that become the best predictors of what's going to happen. And that just doesn't exist. Once you get to a certain level of understanding, you understand that indicators, they just tell you small pieces of information that is comprised of price, time, volume, those type of data points, and they just help you do certain things. That's the ultimate use of indicators. You should know what they're helping you do, right? Not just, oh, this thing's magic, it works. No, everything works and nothing works. Depends on how you're using it within a full encompassing strategy and process. So I started out down the indicators path, and then the advent of some of the trading forums, which is mostly trash and whatnot. Then I went pure price action for a long time. There was a guy, Lance Beggs, who I followed and found actually some of the setups that I had discovered, if you will, right? Nothing new under the sun, but I had discovered them independently. I found were the same setups that he was teaching and just had different names for. So I was like, oh, this guy, we're on the same wavelength. And so there was good overlap and synergy there for that. Auction market theory, market profile, long-term VWAPs and whatnot to give me a higher time frame view on what the market's up to, where it's trying to go versus just reading the price action patterns, which were more of kind of execution tactics and stuff like that for me. So you got to find what speaks to you. You'll go through many iterations of it. It's just a necessary evil. But then at a certain point, when you find something that works, understand it's not just going to be perfect and print money day after day after day. So don't just go strategy hopping just because something doesn't work for a couple trades or a couple days or for a week. Trading is less perfect and glorious than beginners want to make it out to be.
All right, so this breakout attempt from ES is starting to fail. We're seeing that possible exhaustion. NQ did push out, did
Order
get above
filled.
prior day high. It really needs to hold this 560s, 570s area, form some acceptance here, some micro acceptance to be able to push out higher. But for the pretty big divergence here between ES and NQ today. Cyclicals are not helping ES. We'll see if ES is forming a nice consolidation here around the 2-minute 9MA.
I don't think there is a read for long-term VWAP, Michael. You could do stuff like take my course or other stuff out there. I can't think of something else that I would recommend on long-term VWAP. There's got to be other stuff out there, but Brian Shannon does long-term VWAPs, but he doesn't use the standard deviation bands like I do, so we don't approach it the same way. He uses multiple anchored VWAPs and looks at those. Barrett and Chris, I'm looking for a tip how to go through a losing streak. Back tests tell me I've got positive expectancy. But real time, when you have 5 stops in a row, your mental capacity is near 0. You want to take it first, Chris? I've been talking a lot.
You take it first.
Okay. Let's look at the cold, hard numbers, guys. If you have a win percent of 50-50, what is the probability of having 5 losses in a row? If you have a win percent of 50-50, what's the percent chance of you having 5 losses in a row? Exactly. No, you take it to the power of 5, right? 3%. 3%. You know what happens 3 times out of 100? Does anybody know what happens 3 times out of 100? 3%. If you play a game with enough sample size, guess what? You start to get the full distribution of the results. You get the 3% of the time where you got 5 in a row. You got 3% of the time where you lost 5 in a row. You get rugged a few times. You get it all. If you're getting enough of the sample size, you get it all, right? So let's go back to the question. The guy's asking, hey, back test tells me I have edge, but when I have 5 stops in a row, my mental capacity, my psychological capital is just 0. Well, my point with the math is to open your eyes to a truth. And if you open your eyes to a truth about what happens 3% of the time, you can kind of accept it. You can kind of understand it. You can kind of say it's part of it. And therefore, your expectations are more in line with reality and truth. Therefore, you don't deplete mental capital when this string of losses happens. Therefore, you remain more objective and you see the opportunity at hand and you're better at doing your job because you're more objective and you're not depleted. You can plug
You
in whatever
gave
win percent you like, Andy.
you
For
gave the
me,
real
I'd
math.
plug in something more in the 40s.
What was the original question? How do you go through your losing?
Handling streaks of losses, depleting
What do you
mental
have? What would
capital.
you say on the mental side of it? You gave good math.
You weren't listening, were you? Just admit it.
Not when you talk.
The whole point was teeing up the math, more of the reality, so you don't have false expectations so that you can remain more objective, so you're stronger mentally. Bro,
Look, I get that, but I think a lot of people aren't at the point where they believe that math yet, and they're more, it's tilted more towards the emotional and mental side. So they're not aware to
I'm Captain
focus.
Spocking him on the answer.
You're what?
I'm Captain Spocking him on the answer.
Yeah, like I get what you're saying, and there are traders on here probably that do as well. But then there's also that first half, in an earlier career where it's more emotional and mental versus the math.
Okay, so what's the answer from that perspective? What would you say?
Uh, my answer for something like that is always to decrease size or trade demo, so you could remove the emotions as much as you can to then be able to have the capacity to then focus on the numbers.
You can do that to a very, very, very limited point. And then, as Denzel Washington says, you're crippling them. You're crippling them. Because at a certain point of development, you have to listen to me at home, guys. You have to push through those hard parts. You can't just get scared and run back to mommy demo. You can't do it anymore. You've back tested. You know you have edge, as the OP of this conversation said. You have to stay true to it, and you have to push through, and that's growth. It's uncomfortable, but that's growth.
100%.
Vin Diesel knew my quote. Nice job, Vin Diesel. At a certain point, drawdowns can become out of hand. But if you're as Christian suggested, having the appropriate risk per trade and things like that, and having good daily loss limits or whatever type of limits in your risk plan, 5 losses is probably not super damaging to the overall equity curve. And if you're structuring trading with risk reward in your favor, heck, how many times on stream have you guys seen me take 5 losses in a row? We've been doing this now since March, and I bet you there's been 3 sessions that I've had of once a week sessions since March. So not that many sample size. I've probably had 3 days that I've shown you guys where I've had 5 losses in a row.
Yeah, it's, to me, 5 trades is not much to really. I mean, I'm the same way as you in that point.
Different markets are frary. Notice the little widget we have. He's long MNQ. I'm short GC. That's why we have the widget for you. Jimmy Cagg's coming in. The Bitcoin is trading at session highs. Let's check on the S&P. I hadn't looked at it in a bit.
All right, the S&P just back tested 6840, so it's bouncing. So it had a little bit of some back and forth. It looked like always. I say this all the time, guys. Price needs to figure itself out. What did ES do? Maybe Merit can touch on this, but price figured itself out, knew what it wanted to do, and just like Merit, fantastic future he's had, right? Since college.
Was that experimental thing joke again? Is that what that was?
Don't act like you didn't
Is that what
you
that
didn't
was?
know what I was talking about.
Is that what that was?
Don't act brand new.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
Nice long, brother. Good trade. There was really not much selling on that pullback. Just kind of grindy. It's the only thing that's clear to me is, as we've talked about since pre-market, is that the highs of the recent days in the S&P are not safe.
All right, so I took half off at 1.5R, and I'll just ride the rest, see if we do continue. I don't trust it, but I don't trust it. I just from
Spoken like a true trader.
from how I look at things, we're just too extended. Like this needs to pull back and rest a bit.
Yeah, but the consolidation of the past 3 days is encouraging for you.
It is. Why I
It gives a
focus-
rest, right? It gives that energy rebuild for something.
Yeah, that's it's a box break. We saw a box break.
One thing that's against my GC trade I was going to show you guys is on this weekly volume profile. Where's the main distribution from last week? Let's highlight it. From Rachir down to Rachir. Where is the low from whatever that is, overnight session, or yeah. And the spike from here, that's support, right? So I like the short I was taking for other reasons, but I'm just pointing out one area of dissonance that we have. This thing starts to hold below there. What's on the table? Well, the lower edge, right down here. But we're a long ways away from that conversation.
All right. So we're long in Q in the day trade account. We're long ES in the swing account. And again, going back to Merit's comment, we're breaking out of this multi-day consolidation. So my focus this morning was on the larger account to possibly make the more bucks. So now if this can really have some follow through, I can hold this for the rest of the day in ES, but I don't trust it. Before Merit answers that, I'll share a quick comment. I like to trade with a percentage-based risk. It might help if somebody looks into that, because that means that your size will increase as your account grows. It'll decrease as your account goes down, but your size, you will be sized up bigger eventually if you have a profitable system, of course. But if it's just less less mental load. If you're saying, okay, well, I'm risking 1% on a $50,000 account, I'm still risking 1% on a $500,000 account. Or else you wouldn't be able, I mean, it would be really hard to trade really large numbers if you're consistently looking at the dollars and say, oh wow, I'm risking $50,000 on this.
Yeah, that's us prop traders treat things a little bit differently because we're never really looking at an account balance, right? Prop traders are more given a risk allotment, a max drawdown, a daily loss limit, things like that, and we kind of peg our risk to that, and we size up with those things. And if the firm is a good firm and they're sizing you up with success, they're essentially doing the exact same thing that Christian's talking about, right? You're making money, so we're going to expand your risk-taking ability. That's the whole business of a real prop, is to dole out risk to deserving traders who are making money for the firm, and that's the business I'm in. Biggest drop of the day so far here
Yeah, it was fantastic.
in gold.
See, good thing I told you to short it.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. You're always looking out.
Yeah.
Arval just above average. I'd love to flatten out here. In fact, I will. I'm out of gold.
Very strong action. Let's get a big push by ES.
What props do you like? Hmm. Hmm.
You guys should know the answer. Wait, by the way, guys, let's get some likes up. You got 1,100 of you here. Fantastic guest week after week. You got the macro, you got the micro, you got the technicals. You got the godfather of words, Merritt, here, creating words. Hey guys, I'm Merritt. I create the words that you speak. Hmm.
I mean, I don't even have a rebuttal to. I mean, it's such good trolling. I just have to tip my cap and move along.
For the fixins. We're gonna have a lot of fixins.
Fixins.
All right, let's see if both ES and NQ can hold this higher low here. It's 2-minute higher low. Here's ES, sorry, NQ, and then ES here is here on the left. First higher low against this possible breakout. But again, you know, my comments have been that I don't trust this just because we're extended. Yes, we did break out, but on this first leg from overnight session, we are extended.
Mamet, I'm not against that view. It's not much of a CVA. It's a day and a quarter or something like that. But yeah, I'm not against that view. I've got mine because I split the profile, so I've got mine at like 25 spot 5. A lot of different distributions out there right now. Because again, it's in a flaggy, choppy space, for a while. So you're going to have a lot of distributions that you can look to and contend with. I split starting an E period on the 12th and merged that with the 13th. Oh yeah, check out this reversal in crude. Look at this on the 5-minute chart. Let's get a volume-based chart so the charts are pretty again. Look out for that crude. Jacob, feel free to check out our site, apterostrading.com. I would direct your attention towards what we call the scalping course, which is entirely order flow based.
So far holding the indices, NQ
Yep.
stalling a bit. ES back up. It's what we want to see. Maybe ES can take out prior day high on this push, but so far it's the first higher low in ES from this breakout is holding higher high, higher low, and it's attempting higher. So that's what we want to see. NQ is leading, and let's see if it'll push up. I have next zone here at 700-ish area, but we'll see if it wants it.
Adam 13, are you asking about what market? S&P? Just look me up on X or something, Jacob. Just Google Merritt Black. You'll find us. Or ask ChatGPT. Yeah, I don't have NQ pulled up, but I can talk S&P. Let's see. Contextual order flow, the buyers are in control. We have a cumulative delta that's rising higher, with price. Like I talked about with Chris a little bit ago, this sell-off down into VWAP, there wasn't a ton of selling on the tape. Not a lot of bids being slammed, right? And so that's the thesis around my general view on reading order flow. It's who's more impatient, who is more aggressive. You have someone willing to sell at this ask, you have someone willing to buy at this bid. In order for a trade to happen, someone has to give in. Someone has to say, I want to trade right now so bad, I will buy at where this person's willing to sell. Or the seller says, fine, I will sell for less at where someone is willing to buy, right? That is what we're measuring. Who's being aggressive? Who's reaching across and saying, yes, I want to get this trade done now? That's the general gist of order flow of pretty much all types, whether you're using cumulative delta, a footprint chart. You can then get into how much is being done, versus just where it's being done, which is what this is graphically showing as well. And so anyways, strong buying from there. Everything's pretty much normal. We do see a little bit of weakness if we get a little granular here. Not a ton of buying, hardly any buying, we should say, net aggressive delta on this little leg up from this low. So that'll be something to keep an eye on. Does the order flow continue to weaken, or does this general uptrend of the contextual buying that's going on persist?
That was a great lesson, guys. Hopefully you all listened.
Order flow, just like anything else, can be a fantastic tool, but it'll lie to you. It'll tell you wrong information. It'll tell you something's happening. The next thing you know, something else happens. This is trading. This is markets. There is no perfect. Don't chase order flow as being the solution to your 5 losses in a row problems, because you're still going to have them. But it's a good tool. It's a good thing to learn.
Thank you, stalling here. Makes sense. It's pretty extended. I continue to stick with that. We need some consolidation.
Anyone who blames anything on HFTs, manipulating things, the algos, is full of crap. They don't know what they're talking about. They're just laying off something that they don't understand, or even on a worst case, offloading responsibility for market randomness and stuff. It's not the HFTs, guys. The HFTs do not give a crap about any of us. I promise you. They care about speed and being the first one to get filled in queues, and maybe even skipping the line. Yeah, gold is selling off. All good.
So I've stopped at break even now, just because I don't want to take a loss in this trade in case we do come back down. So I think we can.
Exactly, Cooper. I have 3 things on my chart, Gary. I have VWAP with 1 and 2 standard deviation bands above and below it. I have a little custom indicator that tells me where I might be generally based on the math of my discretionary trading. Might be interested in execution points, ideal moments in time where the timing could be good for longs or shorts. It's not something I lean on to a T. It's just something that I'm kind of playing with. Let's say it's fun to work on some programming and do those kind of things. And then below here is, as you see, cumulative delta, which is simply all of the volume that's traded at the ask for the session minus all the volume that's traded at the bid and a running cumulative tally of that. Those are the three things I have on my charts. Interesting order flow tidbit to continue with that. So recall how when we were looking at this up leg, we were saying, well, I'll zoom in for you guys a little bit. This up leg, I was commenting on the lack of buying, right? And so then, boom, the sellers can kind of show up and squeeze them a bit, if you will. But nothing's changed big picture with buyers remaining in control. Here comes the buyers. See them starting to lift right now.
On what? What are you looking at?
S&P.
Yeah, if we can hold, we can push up to a prior day high here. Fighting the weekly and monthly open. A little bit of acceptance here can push out.
NQND, there's no way that the OFL guys said that. I'm sorry. There's just no way that, you know, their delta flips and those type of things that they look at. Those, if I had to guess what that was, it's almost like a moving average, a smoothed version of the slope, if you will, of cumulative delta. So you heard wrong there.
My green and red boxes. Are you talking about these horizontal like zones, long ones, or are you talking about these lines here? I think you're talking about the zones.
Probably the zones.
That's an indicator that I created with Ninja based on my own calculations. Yeah, it's my own indicator that I created for myself and those in my group, but they just shared a link for the risk reward indicator, which is separate, and you can have access to that. Jay, I don't look at that stuff. I don't think Merit does either. You learn to move away from that very early.
I would say that I do, but I don't. I think what I've found is that, you know, you're not going to find me walking around saying, "Oh, look, a double top." Right? It's not something I'm going to do. But you will find me, just like I've done with the S&P all day today, is say, "Oh, look, there's a cluster of swing highs that are all clustering around the same area, double top, triple top, same thing." But I don't see that as a bearish indication. I see that as a place where the market continues to revisit and trade, and therefore is more likely to get taken out. So, you know, I do and I don't. I might do it the opposite of some kind of classical ways. But then if you want to, let's talk about this as a head and shoulders instead of the pattern I drew. If it's a head and shoulders, right? Shoulder, head, shoulder, right? Well, now what do we have? From an auction market theory perspective, we have excess through these highs, and this is more likely to produce movement away from it, right? As long as this excess from here to here remains. If we start eating into that and it goes away, well, guess what? Then we get put back into this situation where we have multiple highs pressing into the same area. So, do I look for double tops? Do I look for head and shoulders? No. I've distilled those things down, or I haven't. Auction market theory practitioners have distilled those concepts down, price action patterns and whatnot, into where is value and where do we have excess or a lack of excess. And that's it. That encompasses all those things. Today's gold trade is a perfect example of, go back and watch the recording. How the level of uncertainty that I had entering the trade, getting stopped out, re-entering once more, how it wasn't working well, right? The protective scale outs that I took. So what's my point? My point is, I've been doing this for a long time, right? I run a proprietary trading desk. I eat, sleep, breathe, do this for a living. You're not going to arrive at some place where you know what's going to happen next, or it's easy, or whatever. It's just not. I try to preach that as much as I can all the time. You just never know what's going to happen next. S&P pushing lows.
Yeah, here's why I don't trust it, right? I didn't trust it. So we were extended on the hourly. We need to consolidate the overnight push. So I moved my stop to break even because of that. I got taken out of break even on the other half, and we're getting that pullback that I felt was possible. Even though we're attempting that multi-day range break, we just for what I saw, I didn't see it. For what I saw, I didn't see that it was going to be possible without some rest first.
We did leave a kind of an ugly looking structure on the lows for the day. Like even if we look at the simplified profile view right now, we have A, B, and C periods all on this low. And now C period starts to take it out, right? So it's certainly something. And we talked about the order flow as well, starting to show signs of remember that last leg up right into here. There was a real lack of buying, then the sellers started to take over. And now, if we were to draw a trend line, which I don't recommend doing, but if we were to do that, something just simple like this. If you want to do it from here, you could do something like this. It doesn't matter. I'm not saying to do it. I'm just showing the gist of that upward delta that we talked about. Guess what? Things started to change around here. So there were indications of underlying weakness from the buyers, as we talked about, that preceded this sell-off. Doesn't always happen that way, but it happens enough to where it's valuable. We've also got all the Russian news headlines flying around right now, so
Oh, I didn't see that. Just made me right. All right, so NQ just back tested prior date high. See if we can create a higher low here. Yeah, she's just turning out to be a big old mess. It attempted to break out. It held the first back test on the higher low, and then it failed So you should have seen higher here if we were to continue higher to that 68, 68 area. It failed. We're now back down to the recent lows here, morning lows. Can we hold, form some acceptance, and then break back down to 68.18? Or do we just chop around and reverse back up and create a consolidation day for ES? 68.30 is a good level in ES if we come down to test it. But now it's a waiting game to see if we hold here and reclaim, or we do continue lower. And NQ close to back testing that consolidation from before the open. Isn't a wedge a chart pattern? Yeah, it is. I think it would say
Yeah.
so. It is.
Yeah, it's a classic pattern. Yeah.
I think I
Symmetrical
focused.
wedges, ascending wedges, descending wedges.
Yeah. I dislike ascending wedges because if most of the time we're in an uptrend, people are drawing ascending wedges and say, "Oh, we're gonna break back down," and then we
No,
break.
ascending wedges are bullish.
Not if we break lower and then form one on a bounce, because that looks like a bear flag, like something like this. So people will short this and say, "Oh, we're gonna break back down, and we're gonna go down to new lows over here." But then what price will do is just break out higher from here. So it looks like a bear flag, but
I always thought an ascending wedge looked more like this. Oops.
they're saying fight, fight, fight.
Right? Like this to me is a classic ascending wedge. You have similar highs in terms of where they are in price, but the lows are rising. And the
Oh, is that
that's
an
an
ascending
ascending
wedge?
wedge. I invented it.
Oh, my bad. My bad, player.
Here we go. Here we go. I could be wrong. I'm more than open to being wrong.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I invented it.
Oh, so he's saying someone said that's a an ascending triangle. I don't think I've ever heard of a triangle. Where are you going to put the third side? Triangle has 3 sides. 1, 2. Where are we going to put the third side?
Yeah, yours is a flat top. Mine is a
flat top. Loon, that's not a technical classic charting pattern, a flat top. All right, what is the definitive guide to classic charting patterns? Let's get on the internet. Is it the Dow theory? What is it? Pennant. I have definitely heard of pennants. Yes, crude wallet. When you have price that's, forget the name of the term, right? Which is why I don't use any of those names. one of our laws of market dynamics in the NADRO course is that when you have a market, let's say on the upside, that continues reaching the same price level over and over, so a lack of excess at the high, and what's not happening is that the sellers aren't pushing it down any lower. You continue to the sellers to show themselves as weaker and weaker on the counter rotations away from the high. That is what we call compression, which is law number 10 of our 10 laws of market dynamics. And it is the only exception to the rule around kind of trading what is, where we can actually anticipate, if you will, a break of that area or trade a breakout.
Okay, so this is a bounce to backtest 6840s in ES. Failure to reclaim will lead to new lows. But if we can, then we go back up and then create that overall larger consolidation that I'm talking about, like this. NQ is not doing bad. Just to pull back to prior day high. If it can hold here, it can bounce back up. Both need to reclaim 560s, 570s, and NQ and ES 6843-ish. I do think that this 4-day consolidation still breaks higher, but now we're back into the middle of that range. I look at SPY a lot for some RTH action, and you just see this beautiful consolidation here. Consolidating for a move, so I want to be in this when it breaks out higher or lower. Q's already broke out and leading.
Yeah, Loon, that's kind of the point I was trying to make earlier, is that if you distill some of these chart patterns and all the different names and all these things into more kind of principles, it really serves you well, right? And ultimately, a lot of it to me is about excess. Do you have excess or a lack of excess? T Trades was on earlier. He's looking at wicks everywhere. That's kind of like dominating his view. Guess what wicks are, right? That's what we call excess. So I think it's a very useful thing to distill a lot of those technical patterns into a bit more principles.
Well, thanks for joining.
You back in along?
Yeah, I got long in ES on the possible failed breakdown of the morning lows. We'll see if we can push back up.
Great entry, man. Cleaned out those lows. It could have just been a short-term rug pull, right? Just to stop out the longs. The only thing is that critical mass of kind of getting back out of the multi-day balance that we're in. Great entry.
All right, took half off here, and I'll just ride the rest.
Unlike what we saw at the highs, guys, we're seeing strong buying on the tape here. We've been pretty surgical on the trade entries today, hadn't we, buddy?
Yeah. So we're confirming this the reversal back in ES, going back to my comments, we're confirming this overall consolidation that if we did not, we had originally back tested that 43 area here, the 43 zone. So this should have led to a new low. We didn't. And so that, in my approach with the 9 MA reversal setup that I have, the trigger of that happening here would result in a move back up, possibly to the other side of this range. And then maybe at that point, after taking out some longs, it'll then set up some acceptance above and then push out higher to prior day high. But failure to make new lows into that backtest of 43, that was sort of your confirmation that we were going to reverse back up. And being that we are in an overall uptrend, I'm sticking with longs more versus shorts. And now we need a little bit of acceptance up here, and then a breakout. So my half off was probably around 1.1 R. Looking back at that, we're close to 2 R now. And I'll just hold this and see if we can consolidate up here, create a higher low, hold some acceptance, and then push out to prior day high.
So the profile is going to look so much nicer if we push a hair higher. You're going to end up with, I'm not a big fan of this, but the shape, which again, you want to move away from, you want to just focus on excess or lack of excess. But when people talk about some of the P shape, that term gets overused and used in situations where it's not applicable. But if we push a little bit higher, you're going to have a 3 wide pour high on the session, A, B, and C period. And you're going to have a little bit of excess in C period, like we talked about. We had a pour low earlier. C period came down, took it out. We reverse out of there. And now the highs are vulnerable. And as I drew this liner, now we have it. You see? A, B, C, pour high. And we have this pour high from the composite profile of the past 4 sessions, waiting, begging to be taken out. And my man Chris is positioned for it.
Dude, I don't look, I trade with points. I don't look at, I mean, only the position tracker has dollars, but I wouldn't be looking at that usually. How can I prevent, Chris Merritt, how can I prevent being too late to a trade when I wait for confirmation? What is your confirmation?
That's the correct question.
Your confirmation to me should be the trigger. Unless you're, I mean, it has to be price related.
Yeah, so there can be several different things going on. Number one is maybe your confirmation is asking for too much, right? There's a give and take on that. If you wait for too much confirmation, you end up having to take wider stops and stuff like that. If you wait for less confirmation, you end up taking more losses, right? So there is no perfect answer to it. It's how do you want to design your trading business, your entry triggers? You know, in the NADRO world, we look for a good narrative to give us what direction we want to trade. We then look at the acceptance picture relative to those lines in the sand. We then look at our intraday DVA, the VWAP bands, as to where we are in terms of location intraday. Then I look at rhythm. Do we have enough of a counter rotation, right? If I'm looking to get short, I'm looking for an up move, and then for it to just start to turn. You guys can look at all the recordings of all my trading, and just when it starts to turn after a counter rotation is where I'm pulling the trigger. So you structure your process to kind of dial in the way that you'd like to trade those things. So either your process based, if you have it, confirmation is asking for too much, or you in between your ears are the problem with you're hesitating after you've already had confirmation, or something like that, which is a different topic entirely. I've seen this guy ask a couple times about this book that's still on my desk here, the Elements of Quantitative Investing. I'm not going to lie, it's really, really hard for me to comprehend that book. I would say that at least half the pages are just too much for me to understand, but it's always fun to push yourself out of your own comfort zones and try to understand things that you don't understand, and that's what that book is for me. But there are some really good takeaways and some really good some nuggets that I am able to pull from it so far. That's right, AQ. Keep it a secret. Don't tell them what it is.
Rainy days, I usually don't move my stop up. I did move it earlier in my earlier trade because of
You didn't trust it.
yeah, I didn't trust that. We were super extended, we were overbought, and I knew we had to correct. So in this one, I wouldn't move my stop up because we had that correction. We took out some longs. We had a little bit of that overbought readings come down. So now can we push up into prior day high? And then at this point, I'll let it figure itself out and see if it can chop around here. Prior day high is at 64.75. I think if we can hold here, we can take that out.
The P&L doesn't matter, Yacht. You can do the back of the envelope calculation anytime you want on our P&L. But most traders I know try to remove dollar P&L from their screens wherever they can, just so they don't get psychologically fixated on it, and they focus more on the process. They focus more on what Chris and I talk about, which is units of risk, right? We risk 1 unit to try to scale some out at, Chris likes to scale some at 1.5, or, things like that. And I'm aware of those. Those are not my scale out points, but I'm aware of, oh, nice. This was if we look at my gold chart, right? When I was short from up here, you guys saw where my stop was. So, if you just think about it in terms of little, oh, y'all can't see my screen. Just distance in terms of, stop here. I'm just going to draw it all the way over. Entry here. Okay. From there to there, right? From 57 to 62 is 1 unit of risk. So if we were to start copying this box down,
Order filled.
there's 1 unit of reward, right? 1R, 2R, 3R, 4R, kind of around this area where I came out of my trade. That's how you want to think about your trading. Because guess what? Just like the question we went through earlier today about sizing up as your account grows and things like that, don't focus on dollars. Focus on, you want to risk $200 a trade. You want to risk $2,000 a trade. Doesn't matter what those numbers are. What matters is that's your 1R. That is 1R for you. And then everything else is, hey, I made 2R, 3R. Focus on those things. It'll make your life easier.
Rainy days, are you willing to give some back after we've pushed up this much? Personally, I'd be suspicious if price came back all the way back to my entry level. Well, it depends on your approach. If you're a mean reversion trader and you're shorting an uptrend, well, yeah, I would be suspicious if price came back to my level because I'm shorting an uptrend. But because I am a trend follower that looks to align with higher time frame trends, I have to be okay. Like, it's part of my strategy to be okay with possibly letting price come back all the way down to my entry because I'm looking to capture trends. And on a 5-minute noise or consolidation, if I move my stop around every trade, I'm just going to get stopped out before the trend really manifests. And I had to learn that the hard way. So part of my strategy is that I have to be okay. Like me taking half off at 1.5, 2R, etc., is me paying for the trade. So I, in a way, I either made my money or I took the risk off in order to have the opportunity to see if we can get that multi-hour, maybe multi-day trade that I'm looking for. Like that is my ultimate goal. It's not to be in and out of a trade in 30 minutes. I can't do that. I want to make multiple times more, and that means holding for hours, holding for days than my risk. So yeah, if you imagine holding for 60 hours, should I let price come back down to my entry in the first 30 minutes? Yeah, it sort of makes sense for me. Like this is the market, we trend a lot. So why would I not give myself the option to participate in that? My lower indicator, I only have delta and RSI.
My man.
My line matches perfectly. What is the line that's going on with the market right now? What is my line? I just traded ES because that was closest to the buy button. Both the NQ and ES had the same setup though. Typically I would have traded NQ,
Order
but
filled.
I've been focusing on ES. And I had ES chart up. So I think I just want to buy for that one. It was the same setup though. It was a 9 MA reversal. NQ was into the prior day high. We should have let lower after this bounce attempt, but we didn't and bounced back up. Same thing. My blue line is perfection. This.
Well, if it is, raise that thing up.
Go higher. I don't want to see. I don't want to see.
Predict it.
I don't want to see where it ends.
Can you take me higher?
What was with the high pass filter on that?
David, yeah, you're gonna want to reach out to Ninja for that. They can share an email for questions on that. I don't know. You might need the new. You might need to update your Ninja platform. It works well.
We
guys.
them boys.
Morning.
Good morning. I was right there with you, Christian, that ES trade. You still in it?
Yeah, you bought the lows?
My entry was like 68.40-ish, so not quite the low, but I took it up to this 68.58 area. I have some resistance in the SPY. I look at some of the options data, and right up at that 68.60 area had some like a call wall that's temporarily acting as resistance, as well as the NASDAQ or the QQQs have some option levels up here as well. So if we can push through it, I definitely think we can continue higher in the NASDAQ, maybe up to 25,700 is basically my next level.
Nice. You long as well from the lows, XY?
No, I shorted into VWAP. I shorted into that low. Otherwise, I 100%. I mean, you know how I feel about VWAP. That's pretty much where NQ just bounced like crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't take the long just because I was getting out of the short. I tried the long earlier before that drop around like the 609, 610s. I only got like probably half off the position and then it came back and then I just flipped short after that because it was running back down. But I wanted longs for new high day. They didn't quite give it to me. But yeah, no long there just because I was getting out the short. But it's clearly the best trade because it's the best squiggly line ever. So
And rejection. We might not get prior day high in ES. Well, all right, boys. We'll let you guys take over. Merritt, good stream as always.
Yes, sir.
Guys in chat, hopefully everybody had a good day. We'll see you guys next week. All right, you guys take care.
Good luck, y'all. See ya.
see you
Bye, chat.
guys.
All right, looks like it's us.
I gotta start this screen share here.
So I'm currently in the Russell. That's my only position I have on. It's not really doing much. I mean, we're sitting in this range here. I'd love to see us break out basically above the open. And if we can get above the open, I'm looking for a push up basically to what would be a close to a gap fill from Friday's. Also Monday, we had a gap down in the Russell that let a push higher, and we have resistance in the Russell around 24.90. But if we can push above 24.90, we have this little downsloping wedge pattern. You can draw a trend line here. I'm not a huge trend line trader, but if you just draw this, from this high here at 9 o'clock to the high here around like, I don't know, it's about 10:15, we continue to push up against the level. And if we can sweep through and start pushing above that 24.90 level, I'm kind of expecting a 10-point run here. So that's what I got. I got my stop at lows. I'm going to give it about 25 minutes from this point where we're at. So it's 11 o'clock. So come European session close, I'm going to be adjusting my my stop. Oh, yeah. Condition tracker. Okay. Yes.
I remember when they used to have to tell me that all the time.
Yeah, I'm a rookie here on this. And also, I'm at my at my parents' house in Florida for like the holidays, so I'm trading on minimal setups here, just a couple laptops. So I'm a little off my home turf. You ever like go from I don't know how many screens do you trade with?
I trade with two, but I have three. One is just like, for everything else, Spotify,
Yeah.
Discord and stuff. But yeah, I know the feeling. I
Yeah,
definitely
no,
know the
I mean,
feeling.
I pretty much manage on two, but I like to have like a third. Like I have two laptops with me, but I'll chart on some, trade on another, and then of course like Discord and then managing the chats. But yeah, got my crosshairs, position tracker correct. And this trade could take a little longer just because it's going to take a while for this thing to break out. The Russell's actually up 0.5% today, which the video was up 3% today. That was a huge move off the open. You said you took a short. Where were you getting short in the Nasdaq?
I got short. What is this? Maybe like half an hour ago. So 7:27 my time, 10:27 Eastern. Got the
Okay.
short and just it just ran down. But before that, I wanted it to break out upside because I was long around the 610s price. Um, yeah, I was looking for just a straight shot, probably to the 670s at least, and then the rest came back break even. And by then, like the sellers were just running price down the ladder. So I flipped onto the short. At that time, the volume profile was really thin under the 560s. So I figured a run towards VWAP was not out of the question, and they ran it there, and I just got out. And then I went over to gold actually. I had limit orders from the 12s down to the 8s, 4212 to 4208. I got picked up on three, and I got a pretty good move for two out of three, and then it came back down again, took out my last one break even. So I'm already fired off like three trades, two NQ, one on gold, and now I'm just kind of seeing what the market wants to do from here. We do have the euro close soon, like you mentioned, so
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sitting
Well, I
pretty.
mean, that's a nice Nasdaq short you hit. That was, I mean, I love when they're just super fast
They
down
made it
because,
easy. Yeah, they made it
yeah,
easy for me.
sometimes it happens that way. Oh man, but
Yeah,
and
you.
we just vacuumed back. Well, we fell down so hard in the ES, and I got long, and I started getting a little scared because I was like, that was a really swift move down. If this has any, it's either going to do two things: it's going to continue lower, or we're going to vacuum straight back up. But I always like to set a like a time limit of how long I'm in a trade and to give it a little room to go. And as soon as we had like what I consider to be an ATR expansion. So if you look at my ES chart, this custom code, I have this yellow bar. When that prints, that means that the average true range has expanded more than 50% of the last 10 bars. So if that happens, I'll hold it a little longer because the momentum is kind of pushing my way, which gave me a little confidence after my entry, especially if I see something like that within like what I consider to be a time cycle of 25 minutes. But also just to the chat, I see you guys, Jackie Gleason. Yeah, so Jackie Gleason, for those of you guys who are older than I am, might know who he is. He was a famous comedian. So yes, I am not related to Jackie Gleason as far as I know, but I heard that the Gleasons all come from the same town in Ireland. So maybe we have some distant relatives, but he is not my great grandfather. But I wish he was. Hey, interesting enough, he actually built his entire home based on a Fibonacci spiral, which I think is really cool.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I did not
look
expect
up
that
Jackie
last part.
Gleason's home. Yeah, it's pretty wild. So yeah, so the for the indexes here, I pay attention to like large gamma levels in the SPX, like SPX, QQQ, and the SPY, like the heavily traded indexes, just because there's so much hedging that goes around those levels this is not something that I used to pay attention to, but I've just noticed through one of my co-moderators in my room. He basically graphs his data every day for me, and it's just like spot on. There's a large gamma level in the Nasdaq right now. Literally, he gave it to me this morning at 25,660. That's basically within 10 points of the high. In the SPX, it was or the ES converted to the SPX, it was 68.61 was that level. I mean, the high of the day right here is, not far above that. So if we can't push above those levels that I just mentioned, be wary of a reversion back lower.
Looks like they're just trying to run this down again.
Yeah. Let's see. What do you have any levels you'd be interested if we traded lower in the ES or the NQ or what I'm gonna pull up your screen here.
The NQ, all I have would be like a retest of the 500s, 25.5, but to me that's uh kind of already done on that first move down. I would be willing to take another step long at it there, but I'm not sure if they could even get there, honestly, with this move down. I do expect them to hold it higher at some point. Gold, there is a zone in gold that I'm watching that I would be willing to bid. I just want to see them get some forward progress first
Mhm.
before catching a bid. but it's in there. Yeah, I'm just kind of poking around, looking around right now.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm glad that Jack can take the mic over so I can just chill out once in a while, you know.
put all the
Someone
work
said,
on me.
where is this? I've just been like glancing at chat. Someone pretty much said like, oh, you know, he's too much for XY. I was like, no, this feels like a vacation for me. If he can give you guys what you guys need, I could just chill.
Oh
Someone
man, I
else.
thought I was going to rely on you. Good to know you're relying on me.
Nah, they're chill. It's super
Um,
casual here, so.
one of the things I do want to see, I want to see the VIX has not taken out the prior day's low just quite yet, and these indexes they basically have, um, not with any conviction yet, but I really would like to see the VIX start getting below that prior day low if the indexes are going to continue to pop here. We're right on it. We could just get that break lower, which would just confirm that we can kind of continue up here. But that prior day low right now, 1795 in the fixed futures contract is what I'm watching. But yeah, if we do not take out that prior day low, I'm going to be a little scared for this Russell position. I think is going to move against me. Don't have I'm not comfortable in it right now, but I am still in the position.
You're still in that Russell Long.
Yeah.
This looks like they got pretty much trapped upside on the NQ.
Yeah, I like that. I like that 25. I mean, I got if we don't kind of come back here and hold 25 560s, if we start losing that, I'd be worried that that most recent swing low, if we come down here in this NASDAQ and start holding this 25 560 zone, it's going to make me feel good that we can continue higher. But, you know, given the timing of the day and really just the moves have just been kind of like a little bit of a channel up. But
Yeah, the good
nothing.
thing is the moves have just sought like they've been getting good extension. They haven't chopped around too much. Once it chops anywhere today, it just makes a pretty easy choice after, or it makes a smooth choice after. Price just runs with it. So if you're on the right side, you're having a good time. If you're on the wrong side, you'd probably just get out more quickly. I'm actually pretty surprised that they could not extend past the 650s here. They did put in a decent attempt, so there is some volume that's stuck up there, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get it in this morning session, but if we were to come, I'm going to bring my NASDAQ into view. I think, there we go. That should work. Let's go to a 15-minute chart. But yesterday's swing low from the regular trading hour session, so like delete this old fib. Let's see. If we can come 50% retracement, I'm looking for us to come 50% retracement of the 245 low. We actually back out a little further on time. Let's go 30-minute. Okay, that's not going to work with my current indicator set. Drawing tools. We'll remove them all real quick, and then I'll redraw them.
Gave back all my gains for the month in 3 minutes.
You trade the same size every trade?
Oh, that was just, are you asking the guy in chat? I'm just reading a
I'm
chat.
asking the guy in the chat.
Oh, yeah, that's crazy.
Well, I mean, we're only a day into the month, so are you referring to December or are you referring to
That's
3
true.
days of gains?
One
No, man, we
one
really
day old.
stalled.
Yeah, good morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning.
So this 50% retracement from the regular trading hours low in the NQ would be 25,512s, right around that 25,500 area you're looking at, about where we broke out this morning. So if we were to sweep lower and just kind of run supports, that's kind of what I'm expecting to happen here. All right, so I'm going to keep an eye on that level. I'm just going to bring my RTY back into view so I can, if I can
Back
get
to
stopped
VWAP.
out, watch myself take the pain.
So this VWAP long chat, You guys know I love to long VWAP or short VWAP, but this is a whole different trade right now. That's the reason I'm not taking a position here. They've already done that. They've already came back for VWAP once. They didn't quite get the extension they wanted. So to me, the market did make a choice up there. And
Order submitted.
this is not exactly a come back and find a bid as much as it was prior. This is the market coming down on new information. The new information is there's no extension upside. And the tape is like someone's really pissed. I'm looking at this tape. It is very negative. So this is a whole different condition than prior. Earlier, if I wasn't coming out the short, I definitely would have just taken longs at VWAP. But yeah, the reason I'm not now is this is a whole different situation. ES's profile downside could use a bit of work. So the reason I initially got the longs and NQ early was ES's profile at the top was certainly not done, and they left it that way. Came downside, but also the profile on the bottom wasn't done. So I took that short NQ because of ES's profile for Confluence. They swept it, they came back up, they addressed the profile in ES, and now things are more, I guess you could say, more organized. But yeah, this move towards VWAP is not like the other ones. It's not like, the first test after a good extension. So I am sitting on hands for now. They could definitely bid this again, absolutely, but the tape is still really, really negative, and I would like to at least see the tape turn. It looks like gold actually is getting some decent continuation. Maybe I'm gonna be patient with gold and keep an eye on both.
Yeah, I actually do really like this gold zone down here. We the high right now of the day in gold is the 50%. I mean that was a 50% retracement right around the 42.58 level, and that's run to a negative 23% profit target. But yeah, I would like to see gold kind of get above that 42.20 swing high,
Hmm.
or just that most recent pop, just because I mean, that thing is just heavy selling, it seems like, right back to the bottom of the range here. In these indexes, can we push through? Can we push through? I'm worried it's going to get pretty ugly. I got a limit order at 25.09, but we did just pick up some momentum to the downside.
On paint, the tape, I can't click on the fundamentals section. What are we looking at here?
Hold.
Oh, you're talking about the home page. Yeah, I'll have to tell Leo. I'm not the website guy, unfortunately. But they are running into quite a passive bid down here on NQ. They're trying to break through it, but it's possible that they might eat shit. Big buyers on ES.
I just really think that high of the day is going to be hard to take out at this point.
Yeah,
See
it
if we
seems
get
like it
back.
got addressed already and they made their choice. But there is a massive, massive bid going on right now. See what they get for it. Little too late for me to get in on this. But it looks like
Just
it's pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, we just had a minor sweep of that 1035 low, so don't want to see that lose again. I'd be worried that we start trading back down through the open.
If they fail these 20s, I will get long. This looks like a pretty bouncy bid still. So I am interested. I do want to see what they do downside again one more time.
Very close to getting taken out of the Russell. Probably, if I would think the Russell's got actually probably 10 points to the downside. If we take out this low, we're probably going to take out the prior day low as well.
I am gonna start seeing if I can get some longs going. If they
Order
don't
filled.
hold this sweep, I will get out. So that's a good bid there. It's a good bid. All right, I'm in 4 lots at these lows. Let's see if they can get this going.
Pull that up. You're in the
I'm in NQ, NASDAQ, yeah.
cool. Nice. I got a bid right below
Oh,
you, so
I'm out
maybe
of
I'll
it.
support you.
Yeah, I got right out of that. Didn't want to see him poke another low there on the current swing, so. Yeah, that was my spot. If they can hold the 20s, I'm good. If they poke below it, don't want it anymore. If it's just a sweep, I always just get back in, but I do want to see. ES is super close to a new low a day.
I came so close. Come on down. One more, a little more. Yes, is kind of.
Yeah, ES is really looking for a new low, I think. We'll see. I'm still willing to bid this if they keep inching it up like this.
Move this here. I'm gonna bid the ES here.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
See if we can push back up.
All right.
Order submitted.
I think the NQ longs should be okay from here. Willing to put on some more if they give me the chance, but we'll start with these for now. Putting another. So I might cap this at 6. I'm at 5. Nope, stopped me out. So I'm watching ES right now. I do want to see them just make a new low and see what they decide from there. Let's see, 33.25 looks like.
Yep, looks like we're gonna push it. And if that's the case, I don't know. I'm a little worried about taking any more longs. We might just be in a trend flip here if we start busting through. I mean, we're right back to the open in NASDAQ. If we lose that open,
Here's a low ES coming, new low.
I'm not
There you
interested
go.
in taking any
There you
more
go.
longs. I think we can go back to the prior day's bottom of the range, or like
A
at least
reversal.
afternoon lows.
So we've got Euro close in what, 7 minutes?
Yep.
Gold.
It's
A new low
No.
NQ would be nice too,
Yeah.
just to see what kind of decision they make down there. We are at the weekly open, so
I think we should push back probably to the gap fill here in the NASDAQ. 25,390. It's just a matter of finding an entry. If we can get like a pop to short into, this is just moving straight down.
mhm. Right next to the low. There you go.
Not be surprised to see ES all the way back at the prior day's low either. That's 68.1275. But that kind of last level I bid there, that was my only hope for longs until they prove themselves now.
I'm looking at a potential reversal. I'm going to keep an eye on this low NQ. We are about almost 100 away from the 9. Gives me a decent runway. So sometimes I do like to take a trade back towards the 9 EMA if the market gives me something for it. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to watch this tape. There's still a really angry offer.
An angry offer.
Someone's pissed, or everyone's pissed.
Well, I mean, everybody, I think, we just barely, like, that's what I was worried about. That VIX was not taking out that prior low of the day, and those indexes were. So we had divergence with those new highs in the indexes and no new low. And now we're back. We're at highs of the day in the VIX now, lows of the day in the indexes. And I think we're going right back to 68.13s in the ES and gap filling in the NQ. But it's just this type of selling that for me, this is really hard to get an entry in when we're just going straight down like this.
Yeah, it's like liquidation tape.
Yeah.
We have our first look at some sort of bid here. I've got decent runway. Playing it close.
I'm gonna see if we can get up here.
Order submitted.
Put some sell orders above us, but I don't know if we'll get there.
I'm seeing if this bid can actually just hold. They've got a tough task.
Let me take a look at my gamma levels here. $68.11s is a large gamma level for the ES. And then really the next large gamma level I have below us is 25,306 for the NQ.
What is it? 20 what?
25,306.
306. Oh, it's quite down
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, it's a bit down there.
Trying to find my way into a long somewhere.
I need a pop to sell. That's what I need.
I wouldn't be too mad at a pop. I'm trying to scale into a long here. Slowly.
What? I think once we get that European session close here, that usually within the first 10 minutes of there's some type of movement, either Euro traders closing their positions and maybe running us back up into some entries, or maybe we catch the bid, maybe we get the long you're looking for.
I want to see them fail outside the IB. If they keep extending this, it's going to be bad, but they're
the last 5 minutes in both the ES and NQ are 8 average to range expansions. So I'm always a little, especially after we just broke, prior lows or like basically morning lows, to like fading that momentum. But it depends on the time frame you're trading, of course. What like like how long are you typically holding your trades? Do you have like, are you a longer time frame, like
No,
25 minutes?
I'm
Are
very
you
short term.
are
Yeah,
you a scalper?
and I don't really like holding on to them too long. So, moves like the morning, the short down, that's when the
Yeah,
market makes it easy for me. I don't really have to fight myself on things too much. It just kind of goes and you're in the right direction, stuff like that.
yeah.
I'm definitely a right or right out guy. If I'm getting in a
Order
trade
filled.
and it's not looking the way I want it to, I'm just gonna get right out. I don't like hold on to anything.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's just it's best for me. I don't want any hopium, copium to kind of settle into any of my positions and stuff like that. So if a trade has gone like X amount of points, there's a point of no return for me. And I'm always looking to get out prior to that. So I'm gonna give the buyers a shot. A new low from here, which means what, 443s? I'm definitely gonna get out of this long. This is my gauge right now. My average is what, 59, 58? The new low pokes me out of this long for sure. But I think this is a good spot that we're building for a bid. Well, at least that's what the buyers are trying to do. So I'm siding with them on this one. But we will see.
I'm just going to be moving a sell order down this whole way and just kind of waiting for us to pop into it. So hopefully your long gets filled into my short. That's
Yeah,
what
where's your short at?
right
We'll
now
switch.
I just moved my order to 25,520s in the NQ. We're actually right below that. I'm actually 518s. So
And we can do a little baton pass.
that'd
I wouldn't mind that.
be pretty cool. Do you ever revert, or do you find yourself reversing on your exits ever? I personally don't.
Oh, I never.
Yeah.
That's why the
Yeah.
VWAP long earlier, like I would have loved, like anyone that's been watching me knows I would have loved to catch that long, but I'm coming out of the short. I can't hit the reverse like that. I think it's easier if my whole trade idea isn't playing out just yet. But yeah, something like that, I can't hit the reverse. This was pretty nasty move back down after this bump up. So
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the hardest trades for me is that intraday bias trend change because you go from, I mean, on the higher time frame, right? We're moving higher. I know you hit a pretty good short, but like the way I look at the markets, I try to primarily have one-sided bias. Who's deciding to print something right now? And then like today, I had a long bias going into the day, but now that we've come off and we've come off so hard, so fast, my bias is now short. But I have a hard time chasing into this type of liquidation tape, like you mentioned, it's called a liquidation tape. It's just hard selling.
yeah, I thought that
I mean,
pop would have been pretty good for a move up there, but they just sold it right off.
yeah, I mean below that open, everybody's wrong from the beginning of the day. I mean the gap fill here on the 415 close is 25,390 area. And then that prior low of the day in the ES is where I'll start the prior low of the day in the ES is where I'll start being interested long. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to get short before that. We are just, it is just hammered. I mean,
So one of my gauges is that pullback, that long for the pullback should have been able to reach even close to the 90 MA, which is around 520. And the fact that they had that pop and sold it right off, this is really a hands off of the bid market. This is what the market has just told me. I've already given back a little over half of my profits on the day, so I'm probably gonna be just flat for the rest of this stream, or it's got to be a really convincing trade. Don't want to give back any more than half of what I've already made. So
I feel you. I feel you. It seems like when we tried, at least when I tried those longs, it was like one of those things like if this doesn't work, the market's going the other way and it's
yeah,
going the other way quickly.
it's like this is their last chance to hold this thing. Otherwise, we're gonna crater.
All right.
What an hourly candle so far.
For real.
And gold looks like it definitely got a bid out of that zone. I should have just went on gold, huh?
It's NVIDIA, huh? We are at a put wall on the SPX here, so. Also, value area low of yesterday, and the ES is right here. These are just some things I watch. Not that I'm just going to trade it because we're at a value area low, but at least maybe we can pop up to something that is. How many points down was that? That was 40 points straight down in the ES, basically.
Yes, it's close to the overnight low too.
What is a put wall? So a put wall is just a large gamma point. So there's a lot of puts at that level in the SPX, in the SPY. So I look at positioning, options positioning in the SPX and the SPY because, I mean, we're not the only players here, right? So they will hedge around these levels. The dealers, the options dealers will hedge around levels of large interest in options. All right, I'm about to, my dad must be printing his itinerary for the week or something. I don't know. Can you guys hear this printer? Or is it just me?
No.
Okay, good.
I think the zoom filter is pretty heavy, so
Pretty good.
You're good.
Where do I get my levels? So I have a co-moderator in my Discord who literally pulls the data from the CME and then uploads it manually into some software. So that's where I get them. I mean, he gets them for me, basically. His name's Perry Wilkie. But, so there's a couple different things I'll look at. That there's levels that don't change from the beginning of the day. And those are options levels. And those are options levels because I don't have, like, some sophisticated funds will have new data every 5 minutes. I don't have that data. I'm only getting data basically at the end of every single day, and that's wherever those options are. But as you can see, this put wall here, the put wall on the ES. So at the SPX, you have to convert what the SPX, because the SPX isn't the ES. If you were to pull up a chart of the SPX, the level is 68.10. Okay, but the ES, that level is going to be different because they don't trade like dollar per dollar, if that makes sense.
You still looking for an offer somewhere?
I am. I still have my order, but it's much higher. I actually have to adjust that. I am going to move my order down to 25,507 in the NQ.
Trying to pass you off a baton right now.
Yeah, there we go.
Let's
I'm just
see.
moving my order down.
07s, huh?
Yes, 07s. Let's see here.
I've got room to around 510s here. So I'll look for the 510s. 507 sounds good. Just want to get back towards the 9.
That prior regular trading hours session high of the day is 25,550. So we'll see. I mean, that would be right around that failure area. If we can't get back into that, back in and above and stay above that prior high of the day. I mean, wow. If we can go for another leg down here, I mean, this is really the first pop we've had since we started selling.
I'm not taking anything off this trade until at least 500. So we are due for a move back up and through. Back at the open.
Pushing up.
Yeah, let's see if they can sustain the bid. It looks pretty okay so far. They have found their first offer.
Over leveraged trader. What a great name.
Oh, he's been around, yeah. He's
Yeah,
either making a lot of money or he's blowing up. It's funny. Yeah, there are regulars. They've all got their own quirks, personalities. It's funny.
I
All right,
love
I'm
it.
gonna
I love
scale
it.
out of two. I'm gonna keep two on here just to see if we can pass the baton over to your neighborhood short seeker. As soon as I peel off two, they run it. How nice.
They saw you moving. You're moving the
It's
markets.
the it's a tale as old as time, man. They wait for me to get out and then they continue it further.
I think we've
Yeah,
all
you'll
been
you'll
there.
find that I don't like holding on to trades, and the market's always got different ideas.
Different strokes for different folks.
All right, I'm gonna put a limit order at the old 507.
All right, here we are at prior high of the day in the NQ. Just pop up. Just give me a couple more ticks.
Couple more.
I just give me a fill. I mean, I'm limiting a level that I'm anticipating as resistance, and I'm not dragging anything in here.
Our interests are aligned. Thanks, chat. Yeah, it wasn't easy, but they finally got some continuation on the bid, so I hopped back in.
Do you using hotkeys?
I hotkey, yeah. I like to just use the DOM, but there's no DOM available here for NT for me just yet.
I was gonna say
Order filled.
sometimes the DOM is so quick. That was you, not me, right?
Order.
I don't have, no, that was both of us because I put
Oh, no,
my
it's me.
sell limit. I'm flat now, so I got flat where you entered short. Um, I don't have the audio enabled, but we've got the same order fill, so it works.
Nice. All right. So what I'll typically do is I'll set a timer for like 25 minutes at a trade. I mean, I'm definitely a little bit of a longer holder than you from what I've noticed.
Everybody is. Yep.
Okay. Like, yep. Sounds about right. I just don't want another. This morning after that short you had, it was like beach ball underwater. So that's my only concern is that we go back to beach ball underwater. But I do think that was possibly enough momentum to get a shift down here and push.
Yeah, this
But
is
if
where I
this
would
can
expect an
swing,
offer.
yeah, if we do hold this high or this area, I am looking for new lows of the day. That's the only thing. Be looking for a bigger target here. I'm gonna move my targets down, but of course, gonna let that play out. 25,370 area would be ideal.
Jaro, am I long in Q? I was. I got out. I got out at 507. I was
Great
long, I
trade.
think somewhere in the 40s. I think. Pretty sure. Let's
Great
see. I
trade.
was long, yeah, in the 40, mid 40s, 45s, 47s.
My ideal buy point today, I don't know if we get it. Maybe we get it tomorrow. It would be 25,330 area. But that's a lot to ask right now.
I do expect them to offer this. This is the spot.
Well,
These
we're
doubles.
telling them what to do. They better listen.
Yeah, this is like you said, this is hey, look, you either offer this and we're gonna crawl all the way back down, or if they can't offer this, it's just gonna blow up.
If it
I like,
can
I'm
move
getting in
my way
some
up
offer
to 10
here.
minutes heavy, I get really excited. The ES, I didn't want to take both those trades at the same time, but my ES level would have been 68.35 and the target 68.09, 68.10s. But if I just, I don't, sometimes when you have the exact same trade, it's like you might as well just double your size.
Oh, like instead of just going both ES and Q.
Yeah. Depends on how hot I'm running, how easy of a day read today. I don't think today has like a fantastic day read for me personally, especially with that action. I mean, bid off the open, shift lower, shift higher, and then a wipe out of the entire move.
Yeah, it's been like a roller coaster, literally.
Gotta know when you're trading hot, when you're not. Just are you trading average? Is the market really easy to see? That's always questions like I ask myself. And right now, I would say like I am just kind of in the middle. Like I don't feel great, I don't feel bad. Um, so I wouldn't be pressing anything for me personally. But if I can hit this trade, I'll feel pretty good. This is a 130 point plus target for me. But
Are you usually a flat to flat guy? No partials.
yeah, I don't do partials. I about every once I'm in a trade, I will just adjust my position every 25 minutes. I bracket order every trade, so every trade I get in, I always have my stop and my target in. I like to use 50-50, and then I'll just move them around. I pay attention to that ATR number I referred to earlier, which you can see at the top of my screen here. I have this code. Right now, the average true range, like let me pull up the NASDAQ, that number multiplied by 50% is 76. Okay, so that's a pretty easy math, meaning on average right now, every 5 minutes in the NASDAQ, we're moving 50 points. I'm trading a 5 minute chart, so I like to use that as like about what I think the amount of room I should give the market. But I'm not paying attention to those minute details that you are. Like, are you watching order flow and that stuff?
Order flow, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I don't watch that as closely. I'm more of like a levels and
So all
momentum.
in, you don't scale in, you're like all in the position as it hits
I
your.
will occasionally, but primarily I'm all in, all out.
Mhm. I usually just scale in, scale out. I'm in for 6 on a short right now, so we're on the same side. See how this goes. They're trying to press it.
Yeah, PA feels jumpy. PA definitely feels jumpy here today, but this is the move right here. This is a continuation. We had a move higher off the open, continuation higher. We made 3 new highs on the day, and then we had a complete reversal of price action through that like 10, what was that? The 1030 low through the 1030 low. This is where it's like, hey, if we don't continue after going through that 1030 low and make another new low of the day and we go back straight up, then to me this day is going to become really choppy. To
Shitty.
have that
Yeah.
type of price action, you go new high of the day, new low of the day, back to reversion to a new high. Not my favorite type of market, but hope that doesn't happen.
I agree with that for sure. That's like the market's made this choice up here, goes down, decides, okay, no further. Then it's just going to start chopping in the middle. No extension if no one's willing. Yeah, for sure. So we have some decent MFE on the short, but I'm out of it now. Don't want to get ran over.
I feel you.
If the buyers fail again, I'll get back in, but I'm waiting to see what happens up here. I'm gonna let them figure this out. They're like running the tape up on the buy side right now.
Yeah, if we push up higher, I see us probably maybe getting all the way back up. If we get up to like 25 600s, then I'd maybe look short again all the way up there. But that sell off lasted, let's see, it started at 10:55 and went to 11:30.
There's a lot of absorption still against the buy side here. But if they hold this higher low, it's going to be pretty crazy. I'm going to get back in the shorts. Oh, okay. All right.
right? It's right off that '07 level again. I like to see that, the first test push through, but if we can continue to get rejected at exactly that '07, that tells me like I see that as like program selling. But we need to obviously let's sweep through. I think sweeping down through 25,465 is going to make me comfortable. But my entry is right around like 1140, so plus 25 minutes there is going to be 1205, I guess, and then I'll make the decision whether I want to stay in the trade or hold for this full target at 25,370. I am worried about a retest of the low, though, just a sweep of the low and moving higher.
I wouldn't mind that. I wanted to get more size on it, but they ran it right away. This is the inflection, so I'm not looking to add here. I think I'll just hold on to these 5 and see what they do with it.
Smart. Yeah, if you sized up here, you'd be just, moving down your average. And
yeah, I would have liked it further up, but my average right now is 97.5, so I'm gonna keep it there and see what they do with this. I want to get at least to the 70 for 70 IB low. I'll take 2 off at IB low, go down to 3, and see if we can get towards the lows again. Wow, they sold the hell out of that thing on this. So there is a jumpy tape again, same spot.
hasn't really done much since you got out of here long, and we just kind of going sideways here. And
yeah, I think they're just running into that passive seller that we're both looking for at this point, and I think it could end up good for us. So I'm adding in another one. I'm up to 6. I think they can hold against this bid that's coming in, and if not, I'm just gonna get out. No harm, no foul. But I think they can hold the bid. So I'm watching this tape. As they trade above the 06s, 07s, I'm looking to see what kind of size gets hit on the ask. It's nothing too crazy yet, but they could jump it if they wanted to. Waiting to see if anyone does. And I'm just going to get right out of the trade.
ES playing a little weaker than the NQ right now.
I'm getting out of the trade. Yeah. There's the jump. So it was promising for a second. Yeah, my DOM is compressed 2 ticks, Tacky. No compression is honestly really crazy for NQ. It doesn't do anything for me. I think it became a lot clearer once I compressed it. Trump just started to speak. Trump's speaking now? I thought it was in like 2 hours.
What's the topic of the day?
Yeah, what's he even talking about? Does anyone know? He's live, they said. Interesting. Well, he does what he wants when he wants. Gold really took off that low. Any gold longs in here?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I should say good morning.
Morning, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
XYZ representing West Coast. How you doing, buddy?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Can't complain.
Jack, I think you have a nickname, RTY Jack, right now.
The only
Sure, sure.
RTY trader. At least there's some variety now.
Had to throw out something different today.
A lot of people diss that market. I don't. I think it's a great market to trade. I mean, it's just one of the mix, man. You got to look for the right setups. It does what it's supposed to.
Definitely got its own personality. I think sometimes rather than like over trading one market, paying attention to more markets and watching those higher time frame levels, whatever you have, and
Yeah,
looking for those setups, that helps me.
absolutely. That's fantastic stuff. Well, good job today, you guys.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
This afternoon, are you back, XYZ? No.
No, no two-a-days for me this week.
Seriously?
Yeah. For the first time, huh?
I got to talk to Shab about
Well,
that.
they got Jack now, so he can take some of the workload off.
Jack could come back also.
I
I know
haven't
we
done
need him
any
to take the
two-a-days.
workload off.
All right. Well, this afternoon, everybody, we do have Leo and Kane trading the close, so we'll be back at 2:30. But let's get some thumbs up for these two gentlemen, young men, XYZ and Jack Gleason. Let's get the thumbs up going. Thank you for being part of the Ninja Trader Live community, everybody. You guys are the best. Hit that subscribe button. We really greatly appreciate the subscribe button. So our subscriptions are pretty awesome, so thank you for being part of that as well. Having said all that, guys, gentlemen, thank you. Looking forward to having you back. When are you guys coming back? Do you have a schedule yet, or do you know?
I'm on Thursday morning.
Yeah, we're both on Thursday morning together. So,
Sweet. All right.
yep.
Well,
Yep.
looking forward to it as usual. Again, thank you. We're going to just jump into a quick edge report.
See you, Jet.
Later.
All right, this is interesting. It's the Bitcoin. Everybody following the Bitcoin here. This market's not going away. I mean, Deli was talking about this morning on the show, but this is an intraday 30-minute chart, and nice rally, right? We rallied nicely. We had a nice initial balance, and we haven't had a candle close above the initial balance high yet. We have a couple of wicks at the top, although this 30-minute candle is trying to make a run at the money. So what I did was I went to that Edgefull website, edgefull.com, spelled with one L, not two, and I decided to look up some statistics. Now, my white lines are kind of parallel lines here. Those are kind of framing the IB high and IB low. And the first thing I looked for was what are the odds of a double break of the IB based on just wicks alone, right? We already have a wick that is broken up to the upside, right? So we have a wick that's broken up to the upside, and that is 7.69% of a double break. In other words, another wick going all the way below where my crosshair says it's approximately 88,735. And so not a high percentage, only 7.69. That's based on a 6-month look back. Then I said, okay, let's talk about by candle, right? A single break by candle. When I did the stat, we didn't have the single break yet. And I don't believe we got about 4 minutes here. If we close here above that within the next 3 minutes, then we're going to have that 88.4% single break if this candle closes. So I'm looking at two things, wicks and candle closes, based on the 30-minute candle, by the way. And so we'll see if we achieve that. It looks like we're going to achieve that. This is a pretty nice move up. That 8 EMA is in the rearview mirror. That session VWAP is in the rearview mirror. This volume cluster that we accumulate overnight is in the rearview mirror. And forget about the London initial balance. Nothing happened there at all. There's another stat to consider too, is this gap up, right? We had a little bit of a gap up, right? This is that yellow line down there at 88,875. So when we talk about gap up, we talk about regular trading hour close compared to regular trading hour open. And I know this is Bitcoin, so it's a little different, but we have a 75% chance, based on a 6-month look back, of that gap being filled. So this is kind of counterintuitive to the other statistics that we're seeing up here right now. Do I think that we're going to fill the gap today? No, I don't. I think we're more likely to get to that call resistance level at 92,000. Heats 007. Let me look into that for you. I've got a couple questions on that, Heats, and we got a couple emails on it. So I will look into that, and once I get an answer, I'll talk about it on the show. But hang tight. It'll all be good. Okay, so that's the Bitcoin. Real quick, let's pop over to the E-mini S&P. And wow, what a I mean, these are 30-minute candles again, and I know they look a little bit extreme, but the daily range is 51.25 right now. The ATR based on a 34 period look back is 93.41. So a tight range today by comparison. For the E-mini S&P, well, that doesn't necessarily mean anything other than there is a potential for a breakout one way or the other. The bottom is kind of defined pretty nicely by the London initial balance low. Also, that white line you see way at the left there, that is yesterday's initial balance low. It matters. I extended it over so I could take a peek at it. So this whole part, these two components are really forming the bottom of the conversation here. We had a couple attempts early in the morning to kind of break on down. Buyers came back up, pushed us back up. And most recently, we have a pretty low wick here, right? This wick on this contemporary candle right here is a 68.18. It's only about 12 points from the price right now. So keep an eye on that as well. Mega red candle. This is called a benchmark candle. It's red. It's setting the pace for the rest of the day. You could see this VWAP arcing down violently after that, along with that 9 EMA. And I'm just going to kind of glance at the midpoint here. The midpoint of that benchmark candle is a little bit south of that point of control, but that's a really important level here. A candle that closes above it could be considered bullish. If we can't penetrate that with a candle close, well, I think the bears are still in charge of the Bitcoin. And remember, we do have that gamut level 1, Jack's level 1, we call it 68.50, right kind of at the top of that. Right above the midpoint of the initial balance for the U.S. Markets. On the downside, if we do get a breakout on the downside, there are some targets here you should be aware of. There's previous session's lows, which is 68.02. We have JAX2 at 6,800, and then we have that S1 right below it. It's at 97.75. So there's 3 areas of interest pretty close together here. So if we do get a breakout on the downside, we definitely have targets to get to. All right. Well, that is this morning's Edge Report. I appreciate everybody being here with us. We are getting ready for a lunch break here. We're going to be back at 2:30 with me and Chai, and also trading the close with the Big Cat and with Trader Kane. So I'm looking forward to that. Appreciate everybody being here. Appreciate the thumbs up. Appreciate the subscriptions. You guys are the best. Take it easy at lunchtime. We will see you shortly. Thanks for coming.
lo compras en 200 y se sube a 800, pues ya no estoy feliz, ¿no? Soy un genio de las finanzas y gané mucho dinero y entonces eso pues te hace ponerle mucho.
Good afternoon, traders. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. I'm Tracy Shukart, senior economist, and here are the headlines while we were away. Trump had a cabinet meeting. He started off the cabinet meeting. The rest of the members will speak, but we have gotten Trump's portion. He said he's negotiating with Democrats on health care. He reiterates his criticism of Powell and said even Diamond said Powell should reduce rates. Of course, he's also said that he's going to give out refunds for tariffs. That'll be interesting. He said that the United States will begin land-based drug strikes soon. And if we have to attack drug traffickers on land, we will. So keep an eye on Venezuela, of course. And then he stated that he said, Elon and I get along, so I guess the bromance is back on. He also said that he will announce the new Fed chair early next year. He said we'll be announcing somebody probably early next year for the new chairman of the Fed. His comments offer a clearer timeline for the announcement. Scott Bessent had said earlier, who's overseeing the selection process, that the pick would be revealed around Christmas. So it looks like it may be after the new year. We'll find out. Then we had the CME, our good old CME. CME Group says the SEC approved clearinghouse for treasuries and repo. The SEC has approved the registration of a new clearinghouse that will facilitate the compliance of forthcoming SEC mandates for Treasury securities and repo transactions. CME Securities Clearing Incorporated expects to become operational by mid-2026 and will help market participants comply with SEC clearing mandate for treasuries and repo transactions, which take effect on December 31st, 2026 and June 30th, 2027, respectively. So good news for CME Group there. Shifting over to the dollar, because we did talk about that this morning. We did talk about that with our guest this morning, Danny, and he said particularly watch the dollar. So it looks like this dollar premium right now looks unsustainable as rate anchors shift lower. So we've got data, seasonals, and valuation kind of all heading in the same direction, and that puts downward pressure on the dollar. So we have seasonality. December has been the worst month for the dollar for the past decade. So historically, it's just been a bad month for the dollar, and valuations also reinforce the bearish case. A weighted basket of two-year rate differentials calibrated precisely to components of the dollar index shows that the USD has fully decoupled from rates. In the aftermath of the Liberation Day, the dollar traded unusually cheap to spreads. That gap has since closed and flipped, and now the dollar screens too expensive relative to where its underlying rate anchors reside. And I'd also throw in there the growing likelihood of Hassett entering the Fed as a Fed chair would probably be a development that is dollar negative, because he would be seen as sort of the White House being in the Fed, basically. Next, we have Amazon rushes out the latest AI chip. So they have a new chip called the Trainium 3. It's been recently installed in a few data centers, will be available for customers beginning on Tuesday. So the rush for AI chip is on. So we'll see what that does to NVIDIA, since NVIDIA was really had cornered the market on that. And now we have other people, we have Google, we have Amazon, all coming out with their own chips. So that should be interesting in the AI markets. And last but not least, we have the crypto market rebounded. Vanguard lifted its ban on crypto ETFs today, and Bank of America is giving its 15,000 plus advisors a green light to recommend allocations of 1 to 4%. So we've seen a huge intraday surge right on the open, as Vanguard has allowed now their investors to trade spot Bitcoin ETFs. And Eric Balkunas, the senior ETF analyst for Bloomberg on Twitter, posted something I thought was rather funny. He said, "I knew those Vanguardians had a little degen in them, even with some of the most conservative conservative investors like to add a little hot sauce to their portfolio." And with that, I will pass it to Jim for an Edge Report.
Thank you, Tracy, for that. Let's start with the Bitcoin. We ended with the Bitcoin at the end of the morning session, but let's just take a peek. Any updates? Not really. I mean, we just kind of have that single break of the IB high. Chances of filling that RTH gap are pretty close to zero at this point. And a double break is probably out of the question also. But we did hit that call resistance level at 92,000. Now, the interesting thing to think about percentages here. We have the Bitcoin up 7.89%, XRP 8.1%, Solana 12.51%, and Ethereum 9.65%. These are staggeringly large percentages. So big moves, a lot of risk, a lot of reward. Be careful. But I'm looking at the Bitcoin, and there's a lot of opportunities here as well. So daily chart, just keeping this in perspective here, we do have that potential double bottom, those April lows. We didn't get to it yet, and after today, it looks like we might not. Who knows? It's going to be a long December for the Bitcoin, but we're right up against this area of resistance here. A close here would be kind of bullish in my opinion. This ADMA doesn't know what to do. It's kind of going sideways, trying to arc up. It's just not sure. And then that 21 is next up. So keep your eye on this. We'd like to see a confirmation candle, another green candle tomorrow with a close that's even higher. And then I'll have a little bit more confidence in the Bitcoin. But right now, all systems go. Let's shoot over to the E-mini S&P. Am I in the right contract here? I am. We didn't roll yet. Let me just pull up a daily candle chart right now. So, we made a comeback. We made this V-shaped recovery, right? We sold off starting on the 13th of November, and then boom, we fought back on the 21st. So it was 1 week of pain, and then less than one week of relief. We didn't get all the way quite up to the top where we started from. We got darn close. Last 3 sessions, kind of baby candles, not really big candles, just kind of stuck in the middle there. And today's no different. It's 68.41. So a little bit of price happiness so far this week around that level. None of these fibs really matter to me at this point. I'd like to see it close above that 23.6 again. But really, November highs, I think, then we'd be on to something. 69.09, spot 5 for those November highs. I have it highlighted there as well. So looking a little neutral. Going into the intraday chart. A lot of volatility, a lot of up and downs. Now, we only had, and I'll have to go ahead and refresh my data here. Let me do it really quickly. We're at a 51 point range or something like that. Where the ATR, here we go, 51.25. I was pretty close on that. Daily range today, ATR is 93 on a 34 period look back. So tight range, even with all of these candles moving all over the place. Right now, VWAP is the story. We're right at the VWAP, session VWAP right now. We've traded through it the last 2 30-minute candles and many candles before that. It's kind of in the middle of the value area also. So I know the official point of control is down here at 32, but that's going to probably change. We're going to get this level right here probably to become the new official point of control, 68.42-ish. If we get a little more volume there to put us over the top, but pretty much smack dab in the middle of the value area. So a lot of sideways stuff going on. It'll be interesting to see how our streamers are going to do today with the equity markets the way they are. But should something happen, we got that JAX 1 at 68.50 up here, kind of defining the top, pretty close to the top of the value area also there. And then if things get really crazy, we got R1 in previous sessions highs, which we did not reach yet. On the downside, yeah, again, that point of control I mentioned, along with a blind spot. Blind spot, too. We don't talk a lot about that. These are Menthor Q secret sauce levels, which are pretty good, 68.27-ish, give or take a couple ticks there for the E-mini S&P. And let's finish with gold, if I could find it on my cheat sheet here. By the way, 220,000 contracts traded so far today. The micros have, listen to this, the micros have 393,000 contracts traded, and the 1 ounce pocket-sized gold, 42,000 contracts. So a lot of folks are trading gold right now. Again, kind of in the middle here. I mean, where are we at price-wise? We're right by that JAX 2 level here at 42.25. Volume profile is not that great. You got that volume node here, which is causing me some problems. I just don't like it. We'll see. Maybe we'll fill it out. I doubt we're going to fill it out for the rest of the day here. But we've been trading below VWAP ever since we broke. This is a 10 to 10:30 candle, and VWAP is in the rearview mirror. But we're getting close to that Brian Shannon VWAP touch here. So if you're bearish, that could be a possible trade idea. I'm not saying to do it, but I'm just kind of looking at that level to see if we can get up there. And that level is right at 32.8. So we'll see if we get a wick up there. That is this afternoon's Edge Report. It is time to trade the close with the big cat and fresh from the Maldives, Trader Kane. How you guys doing?
Good, mate. Yourself? Good afternoon, Jim.
Are you whispering? Is the baby sleeping?
No, no. The baby's she's not even close to my office, which is great for both of us.
I got it. I trust you had a great Thanksgiving, though.
We did. We went all the way to Lubbock, Texas, and hung out with her Noah's great grandmother, who is just thrilled she got to meet another grandbaby of hers.
Yeah, nice. Now Lubbock, that's like Lyle Lovett's home or some who is from Lubbock?
Lubbock is Texas Tech is it's a college town. It's Texas Tech University is there.
Bobby Knight. Didn't he?
Is he?
I thought he coached there after Indiana.
After Indiana, maybe.
Yeah. Anyway, Kane, how was your vacation, man? Is it Maldives or how do you say it?
Well, I call it the Maldives, but
I call it the Maldives.
I call it the Maldives. Yeah, so that's what I call it. So apologies if that is wrong. That might not actually be wrong. But yeah, it was good. It was really good, mate. It was bumfuck middle of nowhere. Literally, when you open Google Maps, you're in the middle of the ocean on some random little island. But it was nice. The weather was pretty much spot on. We had 1 day of rain, one cloudy day. The rest was sunny. Couldn't complain. The villa was amazing. The island was amazing. However, it was just a little bit boring, Jim. But we went to relax. So
he missed all his internet friends.
I missed all my internet friends. Yeah.
Well, you had an alternative, Kane. You could have hung out with me in Las Vegas, and we were not bored.
Well, next time. Well, there won't be a next time, Jim. I'll be in Vegas with you next time. That's for sure. So there won't even be the option. As soon as you tell me Vegas, I'm clearing the calendar.
All right. Awesome.
But yeah.
How was Vegas, Jim?
It was great. F1, they know how to run an event. I mean, there's all the pre-events, side events, and every casino had their own kind of team that hung out in them with the cars in the lobby and the merch and, playing craps with people who work on the team was awesome. Just talking to them about the whole experience. So the race itself was also pretty damn good. So I would say that if I had an opportunity, I would go again.
Yeah.
And did you make any money at the tables?
I lost a couple of shekels.
Okay.
My son, though, first time there, he actually made some money. He
Nice.
made a few $100. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Beginner's
Very
luck.
cool.
Well, Jim, before we get into trading, what do you think of the F1, the way it's panning out into Abu Dhabi again?
Well, first of all, the McLaren guys, I don't really, they got screwed in Vegas, right? I
Yeah, that
mean,
that sucked. Yeah.
that changed everything. Now could Max win it all? Maybe.
Well, if Max wins and they don't come, Lando doesn't come second, then he wins. Yeah.
Yeah, so it really that whole disqualification, which is just a technicality, it was like a millimeter or something crazy,
Mm. Shout
was
out Kimmy though for getting out of the way.
yeah. Yeah. Anyway, all right. So first week of December, looking at this afternoon, what are you thinking? Let's start with you, Leo.
We're stuck in the middle of a very grindy afternoon session. Something would really need to get me going to put a trade on right now.
All right.
Fair enough. That's quite blunt.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Okay, now,
I am.
yeah.
If somebody's gonna tell you how it is, it's gonna be me.
Yeah, fair. That is true. That is true. I would like to see some sort of continuation. I had this morning I had marked out like some, I guess range from Friday, Monday, and then where we were opening up today. It was like this was like the range high, and then basically we'd like fought off that range low from Wednesday's low. Um, for me, I was kind of anticipating some sort of deeper pullback through the open. We rallied straight off the open, which then kind of got me a bit more bullish because I kind of want these old highs to play, and that's kind of played so far. We got my 10 a.m. trade kind of played at 11 today. I didn't get in because it just went. There was no reoffer. And then I missed a long, and now I'm long again. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. That it would be nice if they can push it into the high and finish, trading up towards these 800 levels. But overall, I'm in a trade. My stop is in profit 10-ish points, 9-ish points, and I'm kind of hoping for the best because, yeah, we seem to be making these bouncy highs, which typically doesn't bode well for longs. So, yeah.
Got it. All right, all right. Well, chat, thank you for being here. If you're not in the chat and you're listening, thank you for being here. We appreciate the thumbs up. These guys are here this afternoon working hard. They're going to be, should the markets cooperate, they'll be in trades, out of trades. So we appreciate those thumbs up for these guys. Also, the subscription button, it's free. It doesn't cost any money. It's important to us. Just click on that subscription button. It would be very, very awesome if you haven't already. And for everybody who has, we appreciate that, of course, that you've done that and been part of this awesome community. Best trader community there is, hands down. I've been doing this for decades. We'll just keep it at decades and not go past that. In any event, Leo and Kane, good luck to you guys, man. Best of luck.
Jim, one quick reminder before you dip out.
Yeah.
Make sure that you like
Yeah.
the chat too.
Come on.
Oh, he's
you know
gone.
what?
Oh, he's back.
I like it. I already like it.
Oh,
Sometimes,
wow.
sometimes I gotta wait. Sometimes like, am I gonna like what I'm hearing?
There was that one time you didn't like it. Remember that?
There was.
Because we all remember that one.
We're gonna be here 20 years from now, and you guys are still gonna be bringing this up.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yep.
All right. Well, good luck anyway. All right.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, it's just a moment you'll never live down. So
Fantastic. Good times. All right, guys. I'll see you later.
See you later.
Well,
here we are once again.
Here we are once again. You're back.
I'm back.
You're back.
I'm back. It's like I never left. Apart from my dead leave.
Welcome back.
How was Thanksgiving? You sent me a photo of you in the middle of absolute nowhere.
Yes.
Jeez,
6-hour drive in the middle of nowhere, Texas.
Like 6-hour drive is like me driving from my house to like the most southern point in the UK. Like
That's
I'm not talking
crazy.
I'm not talking like just to the nearest southerly like border. Like I'm talking like the tip of Cornwall, like Devon. Like
Wow.
yeah, that's crazy.
For me, that's just literally going from Oklahoma City to Lubbock, Texas.
Yeah, that's nuts. Yeah, I could drive to Scotland in 6 hours as well. Like that's
wow.
I could drive to another country. Yeah, that's nuts, isn't it? How's your trading been?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. I like it until this week, the increased volatility.
Yeah, I
We
missed
all
that.
got on the gold train, and then NQ started moving again.
Well, that's maybe what it needed. It needed to really just, feel the lack of love.
Right. So she's back. For
Hmm.
me, we've the garden variety pullback from all-time highs. I think it's happened. I think everybody's kind of looking for, are we going to get continuation to new new highs above 26, 27. That's probably my default mode. I
Hmm.
mean, that's only 100 points less than sorry, not 100, less than 1,000 points away. So yeah, I'm kind of looking at this. We talked about this balance area, like we've been talking about it for a while. So we finally, tested it Sunday, rejected, and then got a bid. Now we're through it, and it's held today as support, which is basically prior week's high.
Yeah.
So now we're just kind of churning through the resistance over here to the left.
The piste de resistance.
And then I think they clear these 25 eights, then it should be pretty smooth sailing
Lights
to the
out, yeah.
highs. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think 25, 780, like that for me, like 760 to 780 is like that pivotal point. If they can punch it through that 30, 40 points range from there, I think it's just lights out to go to the highs. The one thing that I am like a little bit like more cautious of is the yen rate. Like a lot of people have been speaking about it, I guess from a economist perspective, but at the same time, they said that several times in the couple of, it's only been a couple of times that they've actually done anything about it. But um, yeah, I don't know. We had a 10% pullback recently. It's pretty good.
Yeah. No, we have.
It's like 10% pullbacks in a bull market. It's pretty good. Like, and there's no
Bull
argument we're in a bull
market.
market. There's no arguing that. Like, I'd love to sit here and say we're not, but we are. So,
Right.
I'd love to sit here and be like, no, it's just a bear rally. Like, yeah, we just made all-time highs by like 2,000 points.
Well, according to a lot of people, we've been in a bear market rally since 2020.
Fuck, man. Can you imagine how much we're gonna make in bull markets on the old index funds? Shit. We're gonna see like 10K at ES in a couple of months or what? Ah, fuck it.
That would be crazy.
We jokingly say this, and then all of a sudden it's there. So
I remember when NQ was 12,000,
yeah,
9,000. It's just like ES being
20K
6,000
NQ.
and then being 10,000 ES is not really a stretch.
No, it'll be there before we know it. Like I was looking at, screenshots on my phone of me sending trade ideas to a couple of my friends, and this was, I think, 2 years ago now. NQ was like 19,000, and I was like, "Whoa, it's gonna be nuts when we get to 22K." And I'm like, "Fuck, we're at 26 now." Um, so yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what happens when the ES finally gets into 5 digits, because that would just be interesting at that point.
Was I in Lubbock, Texas? Yes, I was. That's your hometown, Bradley?
Damn.
Missed opportunity. What's up, Job? What's going on, chat?
Bradley lives there.
Nice. We ran over a bunch of tumbleweeds on our way there. Kind of pissed me off.
Actually, or
No, yeah, for real.
what's the like? You
They
have
come
to.
screaming across the highway. You can't do just like it's like a deer. It's not as big
But
as a
like,
deer.
what do they do?
Obviously.
They just bounce off, no?
Well, if they're big enough, they can really scratch up your paint.
Oh shit! Yeah, of course. That'd be annoying. Fuck it. I just fly then. Yeah, saying that you got the baby, so why would you fly? That would be silly. Getting a little push here.
A little bit of a push.
Currently up about 90 points on my 543 entry.
Oh, you're in a trade?
Yeah, I've been.
Oh shit.
I literally was trying to short 11 a.m. And then ES took out the high, NQ failed. And I was like, okay, we'll give it a few minutes. Maybe we'll get some sort of retrace into that 11 o'clock, like 5 minute wick. Oh no, 11:05. They just fucking dubbed it. They literally sent it.
I learned something. I learned something. Not to cut you off, but that's a great trade.
Thank you.
Something I learned about the chat yesterday. Yesterday, they know a lot of shit. So chat. My wife just said, "I hope there's not a formula shortage." I couldn't find Noah's formula anywhere in stock near us. I had to have it shipped from Target, and it only allowed us to buy 2 cans. Is
Chat,
there
who
a
has the
formula
solution?
shortage?
Is this true? Chat?
Shortage of formula?
Are we using chat like we're using Google now? Hey, let me
Chat
just
is like
hey, let me
chat
just
AI.
let me just chat this.
What's
Gabe
my
was like,
address?
yeah,
Like I'm going to tell you?
could you also send your social security number, your full name, your mother's maiden name?
The formula is Kendamil goat. I could only give my baby the goat because, goat milk. Get it?
No,
Diabetes.
he's just lactose intolerant, but sure.
She can only have goat.
Yeah.
Kendamil goat. Find this formula, someone. That would be a real problem for us.
We'll figure it out.
There was a callback. There was a recall.
Damn.
She said, I think it's from the UK. Have Kane ship it to us.
I can ship it.
Kendamil goat milk is from the UK.
Let me get onto this right now. Sorry, chat. It's for the baby. Kendamil first infant milk goat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Goat toddler formula powder, 28 ounces. This one.
Do you have a picture?
Yeah, no worries. I sent it to you on Discord.
I think that's it.
You want to run it by the wife?
Let me ask her.
But I can only get this on Saturday.
Really? You could buy more than one, though?
2nd of December. Yeah, when's the Saturday? Yeah, that's 6th, it's Saturday. There's only 3 in stock, but I can buy all 3.
Oh, dang. Only 3.
You want me to buy more? This is just on Amazon. I'm sure I can find somewhere else.
She said, no, that says toddler. Hang on.
We're just men, chat. Do you know what I'm saying? we're just Kane's superhero. That's it. Yeah, I'm the superhero.
This is really concerning. I'm laughing about it, but it's for real. Like a problem.
The kid's first sentence will be there is a fucking goat outside.
It should say infant formula.
Infant?
Here, I'm gonna send you a picture of what it looks like.
First infant milk. I don't think this is goat. This is whole milk. You send me the photo. I'll have ChatGPT find it, and then.
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Okay, so this is 0 to 12, and the other one I sent you was 12 to 36. Okay, right.
When baby formula features, I need to take delivery. Damn right.
Yeah, but this is only whole milk I have here. Kindle milk infant.
Amazon doesn't have it. Nobody has.
Stage 1. Stage 1 from birth. Goat. Let me put goat in. Okay. Shit, man. This is also our stock here. I tell you what I can do though is I could go to the supermarket tomorrow and see if they have it. Do you want to know who would be really good at this? My sister. Let me send it to my sister. She, she, God bless her soul, she's had 4 kids. She will know where to find this.
Yeah, it's actually super important. Um, Publix might have it. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, we challenged. We gave her the peanut butter challenge because our other little one is severely allergic
Yeah, how did it go?
to
No,
peanut and eggs,
yeah.
and she had a different type of reaction to it. It's not an allergic reaction like you break out in hives. It's called F pies, and it's like a gut reaction. So about 2 hours after she had a bottle with peanut in it, she started violently vomiting.
Oh, that's not good. I have an update for my sister
And
already quickly before we forget.
wow, okay.
She said to me, this milk is special order milk and it has to be ordered by a chemist.
What?
Yeah, and then
she's full of shit.
Nope, she said that. But then she goes, why is this goat milk? And I was like, I just put question mark. She goes, oh wait, it's goat milk for a baby. I thought you were trying to order goat milk.
Oh.
Yeah. But so my grandma was a chemist and she worked in the pharmacy for a while. She was on the phone to my grandma and asked her, and she said, yeah, if Kendamil milk is like special order milk, yeah.
So in the UK, you would have to have like a prescription for it.
Yeah, yeah. But then they would just like the mother, like, because it's expensive here, so the government cover the bill for it basically.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Because like here, you can just walk in Target and buy it.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's
know.
what she's had from day one. So
yeah, you don't want to switch it up. That makes sense.
Especially, I don't want to switch it up, especially with the peanut thing.
Yeah, I'll keep digging. Also, like, you don't want to give her a whole nother reason to cry. You know, just switching on the milk. She's like, nah, I don't like this one.
You would be so depressed if you couldn't eat anything with peanuts. Well, if you don't know anything better, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but we know about your Reese's stash. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, but Lee, you don't have to pay $44 for the milk, do you, brother? Like,
it's not cheap. I know that.
Yeah, you end up paying like 12 pounds or something for it instead of 44.
No,
it's subsidize it.
No, Kendamil is $44 here.
Yeah, no, he was saying like you still have to pay prescriptions if you work.
Oh.
But the thing is like, yeah, if you didn't work, the government will give you it for free. Your prescriptions are free, but also at the same time, if you work and like for infants, you still get like discounted prescriptions.
I gotcha.
I believe there's a higher amount of depression amongst those with peanut allergy.
That's actually funny.
Leo actually loves peanuts. The reality is he's just not allowed them.
Yeah, it's my daughter's middle name is Reese. It's not a lie. That's legit. Like why her middle name is Reese. Yeah, I mean, $30 for formula is brutal. 2 kids, yeah.
My sister says it's definitely prescription. Morrison's is like a shop here. Have a stock of it in ready-made bottles in case people run out. As an emergency.
It seems like I got a couple of DMs where people can find it, so maybe we have a solution.
Sweet. Well, the markets aren't doing too much, so we didn't miss anything. They're slowly grinding out. Gold, I really went to short gold this morning at 9:25, 9:30ish, and I bottled it. And then after it started running, I was like, "This is a really good trade," and then it just ran. So
I had to take the gold workspace off of this workspace, but I'm eager to put it back on.
Yeah, you should definitely have it. Brady said if he finds it in Texas, he'll ship it to you.
Nice.
I have no long how long a bottle lasts. How long does a bottle last, Leo, of the formula?
A can. Great question. I think about 3 days per can.
Jeez.
4 days.
So $44 put for 3 days.
It ain't cheap, brother. I mean, but that's all she's eating.
That's crazy.
A bowl lasts about $3. Different. We're talking baby stuff. Okay. Okay, Throne Chop.
Yeah, I didn't short even for that. This long's been slow. I'm kind of in the money on it already, so I don't really want to. I don't want to close it prematurely and watch it run up here because this is still like a 50-point move to where I want it to go. You rely on the same formula, Adam says.
Same formula. Okay. Doesn't it cost like 20K to have a child in the US, or am I believing the media? Um, well, that's not entirely true. If you have insurance, I think it's actually less if you don't have insurance from what I've been seeing. But I think if you meet your deductible, which is usually between like $5,000 to $7,000, if you have decent insurance, maybe 10, then that's all you're gonna pay. I think we paid like 1,500 after it was all said and done.
Hmm. It's just completely free here.
Everything is free. But
I
what's
mean,
your tax rate?
the tax rate in the UK, well, I'm a bit out of touch with this because I'm just in the top tax bracket, so I don't know the brackets. It's like there's 20%, 40%, and then there's a hidden 52% tax bracket.
52?
Yeah, there's a 52% tax bracket. Yeah. Yeah, I'm like bucketing everything together, like in that 52 national insurance. Yeah, you lose all your allowances. So yeah, 52 pennies of the pound go to the tax man. Honestly, don't even get me started on that because the budget they just announced is probably the biggest horseshit they've ever done in the history of this country. So, um, yeah. Is it true you don't have to do your taxes each year? No, you still have to do them. If you don't do them on time, you get in trouble. Cheeky limited company, don't worry, Kane pays less. Yeah, I mean, if I started buying my food bill on the company account, I would imagine my accountant would have my fingers across the block. So
Hey, what the heck is going on with the likes? Jimmy Carr is freaking hilarious, by the way. Have you watched his comedy?
who? Jimmy Carr?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Nobody likes a baby formula stream? Well, sorry about that. Carr is actually very intelligent. Yeah, he is. I think he's very smart. I mean, obviously, witty is all get out. Jimmy Carr, yeah, he's a comedian. You know, if I had any reason to get into a trade, it would be a short right here at 25.
Friendly fire, day one. Fucking hell. Nothing changes, does it?
I didn't say I was going to put it on, Kane. Jeez.
Fucking crazy. Okay, I can order the Kendamil milk in packs of 6 directly from Kendamil, and it will be delivered in 2 to 3 days.
Who in the chat is freaking throwing 100 lots around on the Dom like it's a chess match?
New hive day into close. You can quote me. All right, so I will. If we do not get there,
What?
I'll be billing you for the difference because I'm currently in a trade. So this is risk free. Thank you. New hive day. He said it. So
Okay, if he's
51
incorrect,
points. 51 points.
he has to leave the internet for 1 year.
And if I'm wrong, we never met. Exactly. The bait and switch.
There's the line right there.
Sumo, if I'll make you a deal. Sumo. You ready for the deal? I'll make you a deal.
This has been a long time coming.
It's been a long time coming. All right, listen. If we do not make hive day, you basically have to pretend that you're ICT for a week. And you have to use all of his terminology.
1 week?
Yeah, just 1 week because it's already embarrassing
Oh,
enough.
man.
I know this would kill him. And if we do, every time I see someone tweet about something ICT related and you respond to them with it's just the trend progression thing, I'll respond endorsing the trend progression thing is real. But this is like a lose-lose for me, win-win for me, because I'm going to make money, and if I don't make money, you have to pretend you're ICT for a week. Deal. I'm going to flip short, I think, just so we don't go up. This would be hilarious. Okay, ICT was here today, yesterday too, in the chat. What can I say? Fans are fans. No, that was just mean of me. Yeah, he likes Tanya. So Simba, you have till 4 o'clock, right? New hive day is 4. We're in agreement? EST? Globex close? Absolutely no fucking way. Sorry, that's just ridiculous. 5 p.m. Because I'm not going to leave this trade open till 5. You can tell when it's the real ICT because it has an actual tick next to his name because he has over 1 million subscribers. So you can tell when it's him in the live stream chat.
Did he take the bet?
He took it, but he was like 5 p.m. EST. So now I feel a bit rugged, to be honest. Because
what's happening after hours?
I don't know, nothing. But I don't want to. That's not the deal I want.
Yeah, you can't make a bet and then change the rules before the bet's over.
We just to be clear, end of day is 4, right?
I mean, the market closes at 4.
No, but Sumo, right? You gave me a hard time that RTH was the real thing. I remember this. You were like RTH this, RTH that. I literally remember. I remember that you were fully on my back that RTH was the real session, and now you're 5 p.m. close. Make up your mind. Come on. RTH is real. Well, I probably need the extra hour. Okay, listen.
I don't know, man.
We need to renegotiate the bet then, because I was under the assumption that we were talking about the RTH close. Okay. If it gets there by RTH close, no. Okay. You have 2 options: RTH close or Globex close. If it's Globex, we double it. But there's no double for me because I can't double the amount of tweets I put out. Two weeks, yeah, 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks between now and Christmas, basically.
I mean, he doesn't sound very confident.
Me neither. I mean, I wouldn't mind if we get there. I just think it'd be hilarious to see Sumo like talk about an inversion fair value gap, like in a good way. You just have, you can like chart the same way, right? But someone asks you what they are, you have to be like, yes, fair value gap. This would be funny. Nah, because that actually that just kind of screws you over a little bit. I don't know. You can get creative with it. How many tweets per week? How many tweets do you put out per week about trend progression? That's the real question. By the way, I don't know why I'm betting against myself because I actually also want high of day. So I just think it'd be funny. What are we up to on the like count? Let's have a look. I'm gonna refresh. So we have 617 people watching. We have 166 likes. We're gonna need to get that like counter up, boys and girls.
Coach Fred, I think
deal.
that's hilarious because I think they rely on people trading that way.
I think that Coach Fred was being sarcastic.
I know. I'm being sarcastic too.
Oh.
Imagine sarcasm goes both ways.
Yeah, sorry. When you fight sarcasm with sarcasm, it doesn't, you know,
It doesn't. You're gonna finish the sentence.
No.
Okay.
I kind of had a brain fart, to be honest. My brain stopped working.
That's what vacation does to you.
Yeah, honestly, if you haven't done the Maldives once, Maldives, whatever it is, I don't know. If you haven't done it, I would recommend it, but then I would never do it again. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate you. Yeah, I would just never do it again. That's me being honest.
Not the worst sneeze ever.
Oh.
The Ninja Trader people in the chat are saying to like the stream. So if you don't like the stream, I think what happens is you get removed from the stream.
Maldives, yeah.
You can never watch the stream again if you don't like it today. Today is the day that if you don't like it, you're done.
The Ninja Trader account is also going to like its own stream. That's how you know we're running on hard times.
That is.
Luckily, we get to beg for likes again tomorrow morning, Leo. Me and you, right at the open.
Hopefully the price action will be better.
Yeah, let's hope. I'm leaning bullish tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, I would really like us to make new highs. Leo, do you run any compression on your NQ DOM?
No.
No, he does not.
Why would you do that? Need to see every tick.
What does compression mean? Like you group the ticks together?
Yeah. So like, I think some people will take an NQ DOM and group, 4 ticks into one. So you just have, 1, 2, 3, 4 instead of quarter, 50, 3/4, 0, 1.
Oh, so you just have the points basically.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, makes sense.
How do you read the orders? This is a fantastic question because the answer is you don't. If you think that I'm watching every single, 1 filled, 2 added, 2 filled, 2 pulled, etc., it's not any way the way I would use it. The way I use it. I'm watching for larger orders that take fills and then refresh. So like I'm looking for refilling of like people putting in trades of size. I don't really care about the 2 lots and the 3 lots that go on at any given time. So I'm looking for people that are taking fills and then reloading with size or just kind of like not icebergs, but just, somebody takes 5 lots, another five, another five. And if that's on the offer of the bid, that's kind of important. So I watch for that. And then I watch for patterns, right? So if we come down to, if the bid falls off and we come down to 620s and then the bid firms up again. And what do I mean by firm up? It's just a bunch of orders get added to the ladder. Then that's what I'm looking for. So it's more pattern based than it is,
Yep.
a 4 lot was on, now it's 3 that got filled, and then 1 was added. Like I don't go down to that level.
Makes sense.
He doesn't need to watch because he is the second version of the algorithm. I didn't tell you guys, but I helped the CME install the new algorithm that they put in on 1128.
Yeah, he helped install it. I built it. So there you go. What's the indicator I'm using? You want about this one here on the right? Matt? Like the candles things? How do you compress the DOM? You squeeze it really tightly from above and below. This is called TLM HTF candles. You can actually just find this on TradingView. Someone inside of my Discord created it actually, and I found out about it over last week. And basically, it is the logic of the higher time frame candles in an indicator, basically, and you can just sit on the 5 minute, 3 minute, 1 minute, and it will show you the 15, the 1, and the 4.
That's actually really nice. I have access to that same thing, and now I'm gonna blow everyone's mind for a minute. I bought a TradingView, like a legitimate TradingView subscription on the Black Friday thing, and I think I'm going to set up some TradingView stuff.
For OFL?
I would potentially, maybe, if it's possible.
I think so. I looked into this, right? Because with the sale, so two things. One, the best time to buy TradingView subscriptions is Black Friday, and I think they're all gone now. So unlucky. So wait till next year if you're gonna do it.
I actually, Leo does PineScript. I actually put out an indicator for my 5 minute OR mid trade.
Didn't ChatGPT make that?
I built it with ChatGPT, but the reason that I did it is because somebody was like, "Oh, do you have, like, can you give me the code, like an indicator for it?" And I'm like, "Bro, with AI, you can literally just do it." And I did it just to make a point that, like, I don't even know this crap, and I could do it in 5 minutes. So with a little bit of effort, there's a lot you can do.
Yeah. Okay, secondly, when I was looking into it, so TradingView used to have 6 plans, right? They used to have 3 like consumer plans and 3 like, I guess, enterprise plans. And the three enterprise plans were like silly money. Like one plan was like $500 a month, but it gave you tick data. I almost remember it. And with the sale, I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna buy the really expensive plan. And they removed it. But there's no tick data. You just get access to a tick chart. So you don't get access to the data. So building the indicators using
I wouldn't use the TradingView data for things. We would just send the levels to TradingView if possible.
Then yeah, but like things like volume profile, they just don't update quick enough because you just don't have tick data.
Yeah, that's fair. No, there's definitely a gap, but there are some things that if I had TradingView, if I had those things on TradingView and I could just pull up, a chart, there might be there's a value there for me.
No, I think there's definitely something. There's just like, for example, the leg to leg profile and stuff like that. Like this would just, I'm almost sure it would never work unless you were like,
no, it wouldn't.
Real time feeding it into a database that compiled it.
No.
Yeah.
No, that part of it wouldn't work.
The equities analysis I enjoy very much. Okay, so NQ has been the same price for the last 20 minutes. I'm hoping it goes up. Actually, let me be clear. Since 23, it's actually been the same price for the last 30 minutes in 2 minutes. So yeah, hopefully we get squeezed towards the end of the session. If not, Sumo has to tweet like he's ICT for 2 weeks. And my stop is in. It's not really much to analyze. Analyze? Yeah, that's not the word. Um, yeah, sorry. Anyway, basically the indicator. So everyone's aware. Like I had an indicator, right? And I still have it. I don't not use it. But a guy in my Discord got so fed up of not having access to it, he just built his own. And I stumbled across it. And okay, the premium discount stuff isn't 100% accurate, but it's pretty good. The higher time frame candles, I actually prefer his because they change color based on the logic of what they should do. So, like for example, green hourly candle should go higher. This 15-minute candle should have gone lower. These candles have done nothing, so they will change color based on where they go, and what they do. And then orange is the 4-hour high and the 4-hour low got took out. Next candle, we basically just have to wait. And now I'm like, okay, I'm long. So yeah, so that is really nice. And then he has premium discount, and then he also has this IFEG one, which to be honest, I haven't seen. But what it does do is it marks out levels for me and standard deviations. So yeah, I mean he's cooking, and it's completely free.
Ninja Trader just posted a link for it's the 5-minute OR trade. Somebody was asking about how do I use the 5-minute OR. So I wanted to give that person a link to read. Not to cut you off. I just didn't want it to get lost.
Yeah. No, that's good. It's good. How do I scale out of individual positions? Okay, so two things. I don't. I'm not like I'm a flat to flat trader. But if you want to scale out, the only way you can do it, depending on, like for example, say you're trading prop. I just use prop as an example. Say your contract limit is 2 in this instance, and you have a limit order for 2. You can't then put another limit order for 1. Right? It won't let you. Same on this account. I have it set. This is set to only trade 2 contracts. So like I can't put a limit order. So here, to me to sell 1 here is I genuinely would just have to market sell 1 and then adjust this to 2, from 2 to 1 because there's no OCO. Right? Working on getting that changed with the Tradeovate team. So yeah.
Wait, what?
Getting trading view orders to have them OCO'd. You know? So like the sell limit is linked to the trade and the sell stop.
That doesn't already exist?
It does exist. It's not enabled on Tradeovate. That's the truth.
Oh,
It
okay.
definitely exists inside of TradingView. Doesn't exist for the Ninja Trader setup, the Ninja Trader API that's set up. But we're gonna change all of that. We're gonna get all of that changed. So yeah, right. If you bracket order, sorry, if you so say you want to sell one up here. Oh wait, I can't do that because I need to use this. This is the only way I know how to do it. So apologies. Create limit order. If you create a limit order and you have a take profit, then they will OCO. But you can't OCO orders to something before. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just want to point out, Sumo says if we go higher, we're going to go higher.
Yeah,
he said
he's not
above 45 and you're in trouble. So he's saying above 45 and we're going to go higher.
Below 45, does that mean you're in trouble, Sumo? Well, honestly, Sumo, I
did you ever make the bet?
Yeah, I think we did. But either way, I'm okay with this bet because like I'm gonna make money here, which is okay. And I get to just tweet your tweets anyway, which I do sometimes. And if not, the upside for me is just so funny that it's worth the bet. Like it's such EV for me, you know, because I know how much you'll dislike it. Why did I get long here? 2 reasons. Well, the main reason for me was if I look at the 4-hour, we had these two highs up here, and this is basically this low right here. So I kind of saw this as like a range. We immediately pushed up in the open, which basically makes me a buyer of this area from like a break and retest, whatever you want to call it. I'm just a buyer in this region. I completely could not get long here. Like I just straight up couldn't, right? There's nothing in here. There was this 15-minute swing, but there's also just no. Okay, that's a lie. I could have got long down here. I missed it. Don't want to talk about it. The end. Anyway, and then after that, I was out for this price action, came back to the desk and was like, I need to get long off this leg somewhere. And I was like, where can I get long? We have this 1-minute gap. Okay, that's good for me. And then if I go to the 5-minute, it's also there's also a 5-minute inversion here. So once we traded through, I marked out this low and I bought it on the way back through. That was quite literally the trade. Yeah. Also, do me a favor, for those that do download the indicator, thumbs it up, do whatever you can do on TradingView, because the guy that created it off his own back and then shared it with everyone for free.
What's his name?
When is lunch, I think.
When is lunch?
That's his TradingView name. When is lunch? I'm gonna follow him.
That's an interesting TradingView name.
Yeah.
You know what? I need to follow some people. Do I need to? Is there like a social aspect to TradingView? Like I need to like follow people?
No, but I'm gonna follow him because it probably helps him out some way.
How do I follow you? Do you share anything? Like
no, I don't.
Nobody. I don't think anyone follows me.
No, I don't.
Is that a problem? Does that mean?
Bradley just said, Leo, I found the formula. How can I reach you?
Send me a DM
on Twitter. Yeah.
A few people have already found some as well. So
legends, by the way. All of
yeah,
you legends.
Somebody legit sent me 4 bottles already, or 4 jars.
Crazy legends.
Yeah, for sure.
XY told us yours is Leo Cat. Is that your TradingView username?
No, it's not. It's Leo the Tiger.
Leo the Tigre.
How do you follow people? Like, how's the worst to follow thing?
I honestly couldn't tell you. The only people I know how to follow are indicator devs, because the people that publish indicators, it has their username next to the indicator, and I click it, and yeah.
Huh.
Bradley said he's not verified. He can't DM you.
Can you find me on Discord? Do you have a Discord?
I wouldn't tell people what that is, just so we're clear. So
somebody knows somebody, right, Bradley?
Bradley, why don't you put your Twitter username and Leo will follow you and message you. That's
yeah, that's a good idea. Ken is in trouble.
Why am I in trouble? Oh no, I'm about to make money. Please don't do it.
We never got above. Oh, we did tick above 45. Anyone can see. Dang, you can't even block people on here?
Oh, you had Bray message me. Did you? Yeah, Bray? Okay. What is... It's all right. I'll get his username. What is Bradley's Discord username?
Oh man, I have the worst headache right now. I don't even know. Like, how do you search somebody? Trader Kane? Is it just Trader Kane? Is that your name?
My name on thing is Trader Kane _. Yeah, Trader Kane _.
Oh, look, you have 23 followers.
Yeah, but I don't know why or how. I've never posted anything.
Now you have 24.
Oh, let's go. I'm going to try and become the most followed person on TradingView. I'm not.
But what do you put on here? Like, you share charts and shit?
You can do, but like that social aspect just never took off with TradingView. I mean, obviously some people do trade stuff, like share stuff, but if you look at it, you'll laugh at some of the things people share.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
It's like a hieroglyphs on the chart, you know.
Yeah.
If you just search TLM, it's all TLM. It's all of the indicators made by When is Lunch, because this is trendline methods, which I have no idea what it is. This is Tiglan Momentum Oscillator. No idea what that
I'm
is.
gonna put a small through lot short on here.
Oh, you just friendly firing. I hate it.
Well, it's actually good. If I win, then you win too.
Hey, you know what? Maybe I'll just flip short with you, and we'll just try and cut sumo.
Betrayal.
Betrayal. Yeah, exactly. The IFE. So all three of the indicators I have from him, TLM, HTF, IFEG, and premium discount are all of the three that are listed on there. They're just not called that. So premium discount logical liquidity target is the TLM PD, and HTF swing is the IFEG one. He just needs to correct the names on it. That's it. So those three
Kane
are the
is
ones
going to be
that
the
created.
Mr. Beast of TradingView.
I'm not. Do you want to know something, Leo? And I know that I've already told you this. I'm saying this again for the benefit of the chat. In my break, I basically didn't go on Twitter. I uninstalled it from my phone. And I actually don't even have Twitter on my phone right now. And I think I'm going to keep it that way because that app is actually fucking toxic. Holy. I just don't care about it anymore.
I agree. I've made a very concerted point to really not get on it much.
Yeah. Like, I don't know about you, chat, but like, I don't have a positive experience when I go on Twitter right now.
Yeah.
I just don't. And it's not because of the people I follow or like, it's just like the stuff that gets pushed my way is either just constant hate, constant drama, and also just no one's putting out anything of value anymore. And okay, I probably fall into that category as well, but also at the same time, no, straight up, I'll be honest. Like I straight up have not put anything of value on Twitter for a very long time.
I don't know. I thought my tweet about the algorithm changing was pretty had value, comedic value. You didn't see it?
No, I would evidently not.
Damn.
But yeah, I'm just.
I thought it was a banger.
I think I'm gonna not go on it as much. That project X tweet, that's like going into the Hall of Fame of Twitter. That's
paid off
golden
3 times.
Yeah, that was crazy.
And it was a whole year worth. It was a whole year's. It took a whole year to play out.
Oh, you will see. Epic golden tweet. Yeah, maybe we need Mr. Michael to get on to Twitter and fix the algorithm over there.
People would appreciate.
I would appreciate it, mate. It's aged better than Larry Ellison. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just probably not going to go on as much, so don't expect a whole bunch of things from me. Yeah. People constantly posting prop P&L screenshots, zero value. I agree. And I'm going to stop doing that as well. So someone just sent me an indicator. Someone just shared a private indicator with me because TradingView plays a noise in my ear when that happens. Which one of you was it? Because this never happens, and now it just happened twice. So who's sharing their indicators with me?
Share it with me too. Don't be shy.
They did it again. They did it again.
Are they all following you?
I can check because.
Oh, one person is following me. Wow. I have a follower on TradingView now. The first one. Sick. Should follow back.
Share what? Share what with the people? The indicators? No, I don't know what they are. Twitter hasn't been good since it hasn't been Twitter anymore. Bring back like the 700,000 employees. Is Sumo a wrestler? He's a trader by day, and he's a wrestler fighting ICT Twit influencers by night.
I can respect that.
He retired from the NSA just to do that. Facts, by the way. Sumo, true or not? See, he wrestles with the ICT influencers. Mostly true. See, he's still got his political brain on. He can't even give facts. He's like, this may or may not be true.
Come on, dump it.
Algo dump to POC. Where is the POC?
600.
Oh, my stops at 603.
Order filled. Order filled.
Mr. Sumo has an hour and 20 minutes.
I'll take one contract off there. Just drag my stop. Pay for this baby.
Above this red line, apparently I was I was cooked. Sorry, Sumo. I don't want to prey on people's downfall, but it's just ironic.
Was that his safety line?
No, that was his safety line.
Why did you take that trade? There's I have a setup that's 100% price action, and it looks like this. It's I know people are gonna yell at me for drawing things. It looks like this. It's just like this. Okay, so like after a pump and you get this weird up channeling move with lots of absorption that starts to get weak. That's usually a good short for me for just like a scalp. Like I'm not looking for this to be a huge trade. I'm actually I'm just gonna go down to one here. But usually these little patterns play out with a little bit of a liquidation, which we got 20 points, 25 points or whatever. End of day, kind of throw on a trade just to see if we can't make a buck in the afternoon. Nothing crazy. A crayon line.
If they rip it from 604, well, I'd be sad if they rip it from 604 because my stop's at 6035. So I'd rather them rip it from 606 like they have.
Hey, well, hold on. Can you put on charting memes?
Charting names?
Charting memes. Like you can meme chart.
What do you mean?
I don't know. You said I'm following you on TradingView now. Can't wait for the charting memes.
Oh, he's talking about like you can go to community and see some you can see some charts that people put up.
Oh. Funny ones, huh?
Yeah, like the Elliott wave.
Dang, I got 3 followers now. I am famous.
So yeah,
on TradingView.
I think that's the meme aspect of it.
Community.
Yeah. There is some proper trash on there.
Oh my god.
Yeah, see? You've been indoctrinated. Welcome to the world.
I can mark up charts satirically. Yes, I can. Yes, I see potential here.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I can do both meme and serious things, and you, the reader, have to figure out which is true. If it's a meme,
maybe
or if it's real.
We're just going to move off of Twitter onto TradingView. We're going to
create that would be so cool.
We're going to create the demand.
How about to go on an Elliott wave bender? I'm crazy. I'm not sure I can even handle that level of craziness. This is pretty cool.
It is. I want to widen this a little bit, but I don't know if I do.
Man, people would lose their mind if they saw me take a trade on TradingView.
Yeah. You should do it for the low sometime.
Huh. All right. Back to trading.
Yeah, this was a good shot. Oh, Mr. Scalper's in the chat. Jim, how are you? Well, Matt, yeah, wrong guy. No, I'm kidding. I hate it when you friendly fire. It's actually just so
Order filled.
outrageous. I can't believe you do it.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
sorry.
It's just like it's just so like I would never do that to you. In fact, the other day,
Are you really mad about this?
No, of course not.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. XY was short, and I was like, "Fuck, I really want a long. I'm not gonna do that to him." He covered, I got long, and then we started going up, and I was like, "Oh, thank God."
Hmm.
You know what I'm gonna do? I think I'm gonna take the $3,000 and run.
This is a sheet market. A sheet market. Like drywall sheets, right?
I think you mean, yeah, that's exactly what it means.
Okay, so what happens if we don't make a new high?
He
Well,
has
tell
to
me what happens.
He has to pretend that he's ICT for 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Two weeks.
And that is this can go. The trade is the bet is on until 5 p.m. Eastern.
5 p.m. Eastern, and if not, Trader Sumo talks in FEGs instead of trend progression. Yep.
And if you do make a new high, then you have
when
to
I see,
talk.
yeah, I have to. No, I have to I have to endorse him when he responds to the, because one of Sumo's hobbies is responding to people's tweets, and it's not a bad thing actually. I actually agree with some of the things he says, by the way. Is he will respond to people and be like, "It's not that, it's this," and then I have to respond to those that I see endorsing it. I think it's a win-win for me, to be honest.
Hmm.
Yeah, he will show them a better way, and I will agree with him.
I don't know. Holding that little LVN is not super bearish.
I agree. 606. That's where my stop is now. I don't want it to come back there. And if we get back to 650s, I'll cover actually, to be honest. We have the algo in 4 minutes, so either I'm about to get wicked out or I'm about to get a TP. I'll let the algo decide. You should set up a poly market for December streaming results. Are we allowed to insider trade on that? No, I'm not doing the line live. I can't remember what it says. Oh, wait, it's attention traders. It's algo time. Yeah, I do. All-time high soon, couple of days.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Couple of days.
Oh, here we go. I'm going to share something with you that you're going to love. That one and
This is Bradley's Discord name, by the way.
oh, sick. I'll hit him up.
Ready for the algo.
There's no more hats to give away. We gave them all away.
I need some NT hats.
Look at all this. What's new? I do have an NT hat.
Oh my gosh, more indicators.
This is the new Twitter.
Yeah. We're migrating to TradingView, guys. No more Twitter. We're migrating to TradingView.
For real.
To be fair, TradingView just made it so because before premium indicators could only be purchased outside of TradingView, and TradingView just made it recently, so you can purchase indicators through TradingView, which is kind of big on their part because they've never not they've like been what's the word, collaborator adverse for a long time. Okay, we've got the algo coming up here. The legend will announce it. Don't worry. 30 seconds till I either get stopped or TP. We pray. Pray.
I think I'm gonna.
You gonna cover?
I think we're gonna have a dump. 20 points lower into the close and call it good.
Attention traders, it's algo time.
Yeah, it is. Let's see. I would just prefer it if they just send it to the high and then send it lower. Not looking too hot. Come on. I don't want this to come back. That was pretty lackluster from that.
Well, wait till the 55 algo.
Yeah, I don't want to wait for that one. I'm out.
Peace out.
The 55 is the real algo. Is that true?
I mean, for NQ it is.
Can we renegotiate?
Can we?
No.
You can't renegotiate.
Nope.
The deal's a deal.
I'll let you pick when the 2 weeks can start, though. You can do it now or you can do it in January. I would do it over Christmas if I was you. Okay, do you have your open P&L turned off? How do you do that? Yeah, I do, yeah.
Just get it over before the end of the year.
You just have, in trading, you just have to have profit and loss disabled. That's it.
Mm-hmm. 55 is the double or nothing algo.
Yeah, you double down. But that's like doubling on 11 when the deal is showing an ace, you know?
Wait, you don't do that?
No, actually, sorry, well, typically you'd get paid either way. I think at that point you get paid, no?
Yeah,
In
I was
most,
wondering. I'm curious about that.
no, well, you'd get they'd check for 21, and if there was 21, you wouldn't get paid either way. You wouldn't even get a chance to hit. But it's like a 10, you know, the 10 versus the 11.
If you have an 11 against a 10,
you don't double down.
You would never double down because if you had an 11, well, you wouldn't.
Some casinos check on 10s, but most don't. So you could double down into a 21 and get pushed.
Sumo is cooked, pretty sure.
Mr. Nick, how are you? Hope you're well, sir. Good to see your name.
Oh, Nick. Hey, what's up, Nick?
Sumo it's not looking too hot for you, my boy.
I think he left.
Yeah, I think he's dipped. It's okay though.
I will get him on. I'll get him on Twitter. I might even re-download Twitter to keep track of this. 604, are you done? Yeah, maybe. Are you actually in a trade or not?
Me?
No, Sumo.
Oh. $604 has to bounce? Well, 604 happened.
No, I'm flat. Is there an issue? Oh. Raynar, if your question's related to Ninja Trader brokerage, you probably will just have to ask the support team there. Just letting you know. $604's helping. Sumo's there, just on the bid.
Somebody put 100 lots on the bid.
He's just refreshing 604.
Mm-hmm. Now this needs to make a new high.
Yeah.
Nope. Offer said, peace out. Offer said, nope, no, none of this.
The guy on the offer is preying on your downfall, I'm afraid.
And he's pushing it. He keeps adding lower and lower. See you later, bye.
And the 55 algo? I think
Nothing.
this guy's, yeah,
Nothing.
literally nothing. Deja brew.
All right, I'm gonna get out of this short. And
yeah, nice shot, brother.
Thank you.
Gave me a nice opportunity to get out, so I was kind of with it.
Jacob, a large drawdown, got a third of it back today thanks to this stream and learning. I mean, it's free, and we have very little likes. We only have 200 likes. There's 600, only 50% like to viewer ratio.
I know, it's outrageous. I'm actually probably not even going to come back in the morning.
And Jacob Brooks is learning something.
If they reopen at 6 and take the high, I will be laughing, to be honest.
What are you expecting for tomorrow? I would go to my high time frame. This is what I use day in and day out, is this box here. If we're above it at this stage in the ball game, I'm strictly looking to get long.
Same.
As long as we're trading above it, that will be my bias. If we get back into it below 500, I will be cautiously looking for shorts, but aware that it could rip right back through it any moment. So it'd be like a cautious short. If we get progressively well into it, then I think we could just go to the other side of the range. But we'll be on tomorrow to trade that. I would assume we open in a bit of a gap. There's a potential for a bit of an overnight upside move here, but I don't trade overnight, so you can take that for what it's worth, which is 0.
I think if we finish basically here today at 600s, then tomorrow is just try and buy below the opening price. Find a reason to get long below the opening price and aim for 830s. Should have my playbook. I mean, realistically, I think probably the easiest way to trade my playbook is some sort of like order flow terms.
Wait, what?
Value
Order
area
flow
low.
what?
like value area low at like the 4 hour open or high. That's typically like the way I trade.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Do you agree?
Do I agree?
I like it.
Yeah. Oh, he's here.
Oh, hey Jim.
Yeah. Hey,
He's back.
Leo, explain the potential for the overnight move here. What are you seeing?
Just like, we have this box range and we broke out of it today. And typically what you want to see for kind of a great continuation would be an overnight rally, which we're not far from overnight highs. Or sorry, we're not far from the current day highs. So it would just kind of make sense for the overnight to push us. And so we have this gap up where sellers really either will respond, which would be a great move down, or they'd be kind of nowhere to be found, which is what I would expect.
Okay. And this is looking a lot different than the E-mini S&P for sure.
Is it? I don't.
Yeah.
My awareness of S&P is basically zero most of the time.
Yeah. Well, gold is currently below its RTH opening price. Gold? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it just really failed to go anywhere today.
Yeah. Silver is the market today. That's like, hey, look at me. The shiny penny is silver right now.
Yeah.
Almost $60. It's killing it.
The only thing is about that is like that is so violent.
Yeah.
Intraday. Holy, yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, it's also, you know the story of Icarus, right? Flew a little too close to the sun. Sometimes that's silver on these big rallies.
Yeah. I mean, it's great because it's $25 a tick as well.
Yeah.
Feels like you get paid so much on it, but
Yeah.
it also hurts on the opposite side. So
Yeah, for sure. Well, interesting day. We'll see what we get tomorrow. Got several more days though still before that FOMC meeting, which apparently everybody's waiting for. I don't know, but
What for, though?
for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, they'll just do nothing, right? I think that's the consensus.
20 consensus now is a 25 basis point cut, but I think the real Craig Shapiro and Tracy this morning or yesterday morning was really good at explaining the nuance behind the dot plot in the press conference. So we'll see what happens there.
Okay. I haven't been keeping up with it.
Great job. And by the way, if you have an ace and a dealer has a 10, you almost certainly double.
No, I would never.
If you got it.
If you have an ace and the dealer has a 10,
if you're aggressive, you're doubling.
Yeah, but like, I mean,
you wouldn't double
the
on a
EV's
6.
there. What against the 10?
You wouldn't double on a 6.
No, of course not.
No, if you have player has an ace, dealer
You can't bust against you can't bust with 11, right?
No, you're saying if you have an ace, what's your other card is important now.
No, you have 11.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I'm sorry.
If you have an 11 against a 10,
yeah.
I would hit that every time.
Yeah.
Hit. Yes, of course. You'd be an idiot not to.
Well, no wonder Jim lost money. He's doubling on a freaking 11.
Yeah, but of course, you double on 11 versus like 16, 17.
Of course.
18, 19, 20 is the sketch area. But statistically, you should. I just would never.
You got to be aggressive, man. You got to sometimes mix it up. I'll leave you with that. Then again,
Yeah.
I was a big loser in blackjack. I was a big winner in craps, big loser in blackjack.
Craps with the boys, nothing better. I'm telling you that.
Yeah, you can't. Craps is you're winning in crap and.
Yeah, I had the Mercedes team with me, so it was good. Anyway, great job today, everybody. Appreciate the thumbs up. Did we get over 300? We got to do a reality check before you guys get to go home. Well, there we go, 306. Nice job, chat. Nice job, everybody listening. Appreciate everybody being part of this afternoon's show. One last push, thumbs up for Leo and for Kane. Appreciate you guys. Subscription button is free to click on. Love the subscriptions as well. Tomorrow, We got Jeffrey Hirsch is coming on, special guest. He's the almanac guy, so we're going to talk about Santa Claus rallies and statistics around that and all that kind of stuff. He's going to be here first thing in the morning. PAX, fan favorite, tape talk. We have. Oh, you two are coming back tomorrow morning, trading the open.
Oh, back to back, baby.
There we go. More cowbell, man.
I'm like a bus, you know. Like, come. I'm gonna stop that sentence.
All right. So Ken and Leo, and then midday markets is my boy Nick Furtick and XYZ live from Los Angeles,
Those
California.
are my boys.
Nah, you're starting to lose grip, man. They're starting to move into my camp, man. They're
no, Jim.
I don't
Whose
know.
boys? Whose boys?
When I
That's
come
why
out
Nick.
to when I come out to see you in Stillwater, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, they're Leo's boys.
Trade the close. Nick, Joey, and Selma. And now Joey and Selma are newcomers, but they're a lot of fun. They're very smart and they're also awesome. So
Yeah,
looking forward to tomorrow.
super cool. Yep, I've been on with both of them.
Yeah. So in any event, that's tomorrow, everybody. Appreciate everybody being here with us today at Ninja Trader Live. Awesome group as usual. Reminder, most important message of the day. Please be safe out there. Be good to each other. We'll see you soon.
See you soon.
See
Sumo,
you,
good
chat.
luck.